Let's go ahead and kick this thing off. I'm showing we're getting upwards of 40 participants, so I got a short intro here. Maybe a few more will join while we get this thing going. First of all, thanks to everyone who's on this early in the morning. We've got a full day, several presenters, lots of good information. Some of the information will sound very familiar from previous workshops or conferences, depending on what you've had an opportunity to listen into, which I think is fine. Because again, it is a lot of good information, and there's still a lot of questions, probably more questions than answers on a lot of this stuff. We have combined this workshop with the Missouri Energy Efficiency Advisory Collaborative docket, which is EW-2013-0519. That will sort of serve as a repository for the information provided in this workshop. So again, we're slated for 8:30 to 2:30 today. For questions, I will leave it up to the presenters as to whether they want questions during or after or both. One note I want to make, early on, Joe Boland with the Environmental Improvement and Energy Resources Authority was set to present on their efforts to develop an energy infrastructure bank. Joe has since, something has come up and he's unable to participate today. But I would encourage anybody interested in their efforts with developing the energy infrastructure bank to look at the presentation that was provided on April 21st in the AW-2023-0119 case. I believe his presentation was filed there. We've got this thing recording right now. If all continues to go well and this records as it appears it is and should be, we'll be filing this recording in the EW docket, along with all the presentations, most of which I've received so far, and any other information provided along with this workshop will be filed along in the EW case. Last but not least, it's asked for everyone's patience with us, especially as we transition between presenters. We've also sort of built in some time for technical difficulty. There are a few, if none, issues, but just bear with us if there are. With that said, are there any questions before we get this thing kicked off?
This is Dana Gray, and I am able to join by telephone, but I can't get the meeting to launch on WebEx from two different browsers.
Is anyone else having that issue? Doesn't sound like it. Dana, I'm not sure, because it should just be going into, so the WebEx information and the button or link to join was attached or below the agenda. Should be a green button, and if that's not working, then unfortunately I'm not sure that I have any other troubleshooting ideas there.
You could try installing the app. It's possible that the app will be more cooperative. Or sometimes even rebooting the computer and join the meeting WebEx online.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah, if you want to work on that while we hand this over to Marty, because I think you are slated to be next, so we'll see what sort of progress you made or where you're at after Marty's done.
Yes, sir. I'll stay connected by phone, and I'm rebooting now.
Okay. Excellent. So with that, being said, Marty, I will turn it over to you if you want to give, I think most of us, if not all of us, know you, but if you want to sort of give a brief introduction and take over with your presentation, that'd be great.
All right, thank you, Brad. So good morning, everyone. Marty Hyman. I'm a senior energy advisor with the Division of Energy at DNR. And I am trying to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row on a lot of these IRA BIL programs that I'll be sharing info on today. Just a disclaimer that this presentation is just for informational purposes. If you want the official program details, I would suggest that you consult the applicable federal or state materials such as funding opportunity announcements, notices of funding opportunity, those sorts of documents. Just a brief bit about us. I think somebody's mic is still on. You could just double check. But just a brief note about our office. We're the state energy office within Missouri, and our focus is on affordable, reliable Missouri-made energy, which we accomplish by assisting the communities in Missouri with their particular needs and serving as a source of energy information. Most of our funding historically came from, and still comes from, the State Energy Program and Weatherization Assistance Program out of USDOE, along with some Energy Loan Program earnings and a portion of the State Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program funding that goes towards additional weatherization activities. Our main sections are energy efficiency and resources, which includes the Energy Loan Program, the weatherization section, and then my section that I'm in, which is analysis, coordination, and education. So at a high level, the two big funding sources, I think a lot of folks are focused on IRA. The other one I highlight and that I'll talk about today is the BIL, or Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It's also called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IIJA. The IRA includes a lot of good tax incentives as well. But I'm not a tax professional, so I would suggest that you go talk to one if you're interested in those. In many cases, we are still waiting on USDOE guidance or other agency guidance and the actual availability of funds. And we do also anticipate a good number of federal requirements and expectations on some of these funds, such as Davis-Bacon prevailing wages, Build America, Buy America, National Environmental Policy Act, and Justice 40. All of our funds are subject to legislative appropriations, although my understanding from what I've seen is that it looks like in the budget bill that has been passed at this point, it looks like we do have funding for appropriated for these programs for this coming fiscal year. We are open to collaborating with other lead entities if time permits on other grants that we are not the lead on. For additional information, what we're encouraging people to do is go to our homepage, dnr.mo.gov/energy, and click on the big green button for updates that says get updates on this issue. And we've committed to share with stakeholders more information as it becomes available. So I'll go ahead and jump right into the actual funding sources and where we are with them. These are the BIL funds that are formula or non-competitive. In other words, relative certainty that they're coming to us. The first two are really, again, just additions to what we usually receive in regular years from the federal government. And SEP, what we're looking at is resilience and education activities with those funds, and then weatherization, I think, is fairly self-explanatory for those on the phone. The grid resilience formula funds, probably not as relevant to this group. Really, it's more for improving adaptive capacity in response to disruptive events to the grid. And there we're getting about $13.9 million for the first 2 years. Not sure what the allocations will be for years 3 through 5, but it's probably around $6.9 million per year. And our application has been submitted for that. The Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund Capitalization Grant Program, I'm personally pretty excited about. That's one that we can use to set up mechanisms for loans and potentially some grants for residential and commercial energy audits and upgrades retrofits. Our application for that is due at the end of the month, but I think we're pretty much at the end point there. Our tentative plan is we're looking at a loan loss reserve for low to moderate income residential customers, subject to program development. And a loan loss reserve, for those who aren't necessarily familiar with the idea, is basically a way to make lenders whole for a percentage of any losses they may incur, and that will allow them to reach potentially underserved markets and potentially offer more favorable financing terms. The Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, folks who were around during the Recovery Act probably remember this one. It's back, but with a good bit less funding in this instance. Last time I think it was more like 12 million for Missouri, and this time it's 2.4 million. And really what that money is going to go towards is activities that reduce air emissions or improve energy usage in localities. The state application for that's not due till the end of July. And when I'm talking about applications here, I should clarify, these are the applications that the state is submitting, not applications that anyone would submit to us to get funding. On the IRA side, I think the two big ones everyone knows are the two home energy rebate related programs. The first one is for whole home efficiency improvements, and Missouri's getting about 75.8 million under that. The other one is for electrification and appliances in low to moderate income households. So that second one is exclusively for low to moderate income households. The other program, the whole home program, low to moderate income households are in effect prioritized since they get additional incentives, but it is not exclusively for them. At this point, we're waiting on guidance and full funding availability from DOE. They did release some early administrative funds, which we are not pursuing just because those funds will be rolled up into the larger bucket of funds, so we're not losing anything by not getting them. And given the dearth of guidance at this point, we just didn't feel it was worthwhile to go for those early funds. So right now, the target date we have from DOE for getting funding availability for us to apply for is sometime around July 1st. But it'll be a little while yet before the program would actually be launched because we have to actually apply for the funds and design the programs. And I think it's pretty likely that we'll be using a contractor to implement those funds just because of the sheer size and complexity. The last bucket here, I don't know if it really should be on this slide or not, just because we don't know if it's going to be formula competitive or some mix of both. But it's IRA money that's basically for training contractors in measures related to those two programs. This is sort of a catch-all slide for other funds of interest. I guess all of it's really BIL, despite the title. The first one on codes, we actually sponsored an application submitted by Metropolitan Energy Center and Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. And the focus of that grant, if it is received, would be workforce development and outreach on codes implementation. Hydrogen hubs, we have been in discussion with a few entities on those, and nothing much to share at this point, although you've probably seen some press that we did, in fact, collaborate with Iowa and Nebraska on their hub application. Energy auditor training grants is another one we've got our eyes on. We haven't seen anything yet, and last I had checked, yes, in fact, it did say online that those applications were supposed to be open in the first quarter of this year, and they are not yet. Grid resilience and innovation partnerships. We have talked with at least one entity about those. Again, probably not super relevant to this group. And then the last one, which is also probably a bit outside the scope of this one, is the charging and fueling infrastructure discretionary grants. So if you're familiar with MoDOT's implementation of National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program, some of this is competitive money on the same side competitive money at least for electric vehicle charging along interstate corridors. Some of it is also for community charging, and both of those buckets can also be used for hydrogen, natural gas, and medium to heavy duty propane. There is a funding opportunity announcement open through the end of this month, but we're probably not going for it this year just because of how little time there is. But we do anticipate future funding cycles. This slide is more of a catch-all bucket for stuff that's not necessarily stuff directly related to us. One I will mention, since Joe Boland is not here, is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That's a pot of money for infrastructure bank related investments from EPA. I do know Joe is looking at that. And like Brad said, his presentation should be on the AW working docket page where I gave this presentation. His presentation should be there as well. That's about all I have. Again, just encourage folks to click on the big green button if they'd like continued updates. You can also email us or call by phone if you have additional questions. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. Brad, I'll leave it to you, the best way to field them.
Appreciate that, Marty. Real quick before we turn it over for questions, Marty spoke to the home energy rebates and certain aspects of waiting on Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of Energy. As you can see on the agenda, and it was really because of just the availability, we do have a representative from U.S. DOE speaking at 1 o'clock today that they can field some of those questions and speak a little more specifically debates. But just wanted to note that since I hadn't previously. So with that, are there any questions for Marty?
Brad, I have a question. This is Robert Oliver with ADM Associates. We are the EM&V contractor for Evergy's demand response, SPP accreditation, and residential programs. My question is whether there is any consideration for partnering with utility programs.
So I think we will look at how we can integrate that. That is actually top of mind, how we plan to integrate, or how we will integrate it all. The various funding streams that are out there, not just utility programs, but also the other opportunities such as the revolving loan fund and weatherization, because obviously we want to direct folks to weatherization if that's available to them. There is an open question on the DOE side that we haven't heard on yet as to what can be combined with the home rebates. So there is statutory text that says that the two rebate programs can't be combined with each other. There's a little bit of a question mark at this point about what else could be combined with them and what DOE will allow. But yes, we do want to work with our utility partners to the extent possible on ways to make sure that customers can get all of the savings that that are available to them.
Thank you, Marty. My interpretation of what I've read so far is that it sounds like the funding is stackable potentially with utility energy efficiency programs. I realize the rules have to be finalized or clarified on that, though.
Yeah, no, certainly looking at the statutory text, that would be my interpretation, but I'm not an attorney or a tax consultant or any of those things, so it's really going to depend on what the big bosses in DC say.
Thank you.
Anything else for Marty before to Dana? Not hearing any. Dana, you want to try and see if you can share your screen? Excellent. So we are running a little ahead of schedule, nothing wrong with that. So Dana, if you want to go ahead and just take it away, maybe a brief introduction and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Dana Gray with Tower Grove Community Development Corporation. We're an affordable housing developer in St. Louis City, and our mission is to promote and improve quality of life by attracting public and private investment and providing real estate and other community services. There's my contact information, and I also want to share that I'm a member of the Missouri Energy Efficiency for All Coalition. And my focus today really is about reaching low-income households and suggestions for doing so. Number one would be to create a 20% set aside for low-income multifamily buildings because they're the hardest to reach. And similar to the way that the utilities set up a one-stop shop, I'd like to see something similar for these funding programs, so that an affordable housing owner makes one call and is able to get the assistance that's needed to apply and to have access to all of the funding sources that are available. We don't want to send people down a maze that they don't know how to traverse to find what is needed to make their buildings more energy efficient. I also want to suggest that we streamline the income eligibility requirements. In the last low income work group meeting, Robert Garber shared that the weatherization program is already doing that. So if a household qualifies for food stamps, or they're in a low income tax credit funded property, I believe was sort of a pass through, that they knew that they were already income qualified. So I hope that Division of Energy is looking at how the weatherization program was streamlined and sort of use that same sort of methods for streamlining these fundings. And then requiring affordability for a longer term if these funds are accessed, so that there's no rent increase beyond the annual cost of living. And then also, if the property is sold, require the new owner to maintain the affordability agreement. And then if an owner uses the funding, look at what the application process is and the long-term reporting. So consider how that can be simplified or streamlined. And if there's already reporting that's been streamlined, or applications streamlined for the weatherization, it seemed like Robert Garber already figured all that out. So I hope that that can be applied here. And then in terms of getting out notice of the availability of funds for programmatic applications, to use existing networks through Missouri Energy Efficiency for All Coalition, Missouri Workforce Housing Association, the Community Builders Networks of St. Louis and Kansas City, Public Housing Authorities, and the Missouri Housing Development Commission. Next would be a focus to provide upfront development funding sources for qualified energy efficiency and electrification projects and affordable multifamily housing. Just the whole nature of affordable housing projects, they are very thin budgets. I saw a pro forma on a project that our agency was doing recently, and the annual profit was $1,500, $1,500. It's just not very much money. So it is just a frame of reference to help you understand that additional costs that are necessary for figuring out how to do an energy efficiency project for a large development. There's just not the funds available for working with auditors or HVAC contractors or architects. So this capital is really important to get access to, and it is provided for in the IRA. I found these maps online, the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool through the federal government's website for the IRA, and it shows in the dark areas, the areas that they have identified as being disadvantaged in our state. So it's rather substantial, all of the areas that are and can be targeted for these monies. And then here's St. Louis and Kansas City, showing the large swaths of areas that are disadvantaged and overburdened by pollution and underinvestment. So these are the areas that we want to target and make sure that we get as much energy efficiency improvements as possible. And then further, we need to encourage the Missouri Housing Development Commission to align their qualified allocation plan with the IRA. Since our meeting, the low income work group meeting on 4/20, I did reach out to Michael Ziegler twice, but I have not heard back. So if anyone else on this call today has connections and a relationship with the MHDC staff or commission, I hope that you will reach out to them, or if you want to provide me with a connection, I will continue reaching out, but I don't want to see missed opportunity here. And then I just have a question in that I'm wondering who will be ensuring that our state meets the Justice 40 requirements for deployment of these funds, and how can we assist to make sure that we meet those targets? It's not a rhetorical question.
So Dana, I can say that it's going to depend on the program. Basically, it's going to be up to whichever agency is receiving and distributing the funding to follow whatever requirements DOE or, whatever sponsoring agent, whatever federal agency gave the funds, to follow their guidance on Justice 40 and related efforts.
Thanks, Marty. That's all.
Dana, any questions for Dana on her presentation?
Hey Dana, this is Jeff Mark. Just to be clear, I missed the very beginning of your presentation. The are these recommendations for utility sponsored or IRA or both?
This is specifically for IRA.
Do you know if the IRA, so on the issue of affordability agreements and rent issues, is that something spelled out in the IRA? Is that or are those your recommendations?
These are my recommendations.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, those are important ones. I struggle with, like, how do you enforce something like that?
Perhaps it's the way that our state releases the funds and the applications to apply for them.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Dana, and I'm trying to get more info from Robert Garber, I'm not sure what the status is on that weatherization related issue you mentioned with eligibility. I'm not sure if that's been fully implemented yet or not, but I did ping Robert to try to get clarification.
Super, thanks.
Excellent. Anything else for Dana before we transition over to James?
I will add that these are similar recommendations that I made in the last MEEIA case with Ameren. So Ameren's contractors figured out how to streamline the application process. So perhaps we can look to their contractors and how they handle streamlining application as well, in addition to the weatherization program.
Sure. I think we can definitely look into that. But with that being said, we will transition over to James. If you want to, James, you want to see if you can share your screen?
Oh, I just realized I've always had trouble doing that on WebEx. Like, I don't know if it got some sort of like problem with accepting cookies. I didn't know if you could share my presentation on your screen and I could just talk.
Yep, we should be able to. Are these slides you sent over? You mentioned something about maybe adding to what you sent over to me.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Okay, then I got.
That would have required me to do more work.
Fair enough. Totally understand. Yeah, give us just a minute to get that
I'm
going.
sorry. I'm sorry. There's only 6 of them, so it should be painless. And if we're having trouble with that, I can just certainly talk. I have no problem with that either.
And just one more minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I think yeah, just okay, there we go. All right. Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. I hope everyone can see this. My name is James Owen. I'm with Renew Missouri. I'll be introducing myself and the organization here in a moment if you're not familiar with me. But what we wanted to spend our time today talking about is the concept of attribution and how that is going to be factored into any kind of energy upgrade measures. We believe that is a really critical question, especially as we enter into a season of MEEIA filings, MEEIA extensions, MEEIA cases. So we believe that was going to be important. I wanted to hopefully have a conversation with the participants here about that, so my presentation isn't that long. Moreover, since Dana and Rajiv and I are part of the same umbrella of presentations, I want to make sure that Rajiv has enough time to go over his presentation for our time allotted. So I'm hoping that we can talk about this just you know, generally through conversation. Next slide, please. Yeah. I can't believe
We going the right way here, James? We need to click again.
yeah, could you please? I'm sorry.
Brad, it looks like you need to enable editing, is my guess.
Oh, it's moving now.
And switch.
That's working. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Yes, for those of you who don't know who I work for Renew Missouri. Renew Missouri Advocates. We are a 501c3. We were founded in 2006. Our focus is on renewable energy and energy efficiency. Despite our name, I feel like more and more of our work is focused on energy efficiency. I believe that is absolutely one of the most critical, you know, critical factors. And when we look at clean energy progress in our state, in our country, in our region. And we advocate for those issues, as many of you know, as interveners before the Public Service Commission, and we are involved with cases involving Ameren, Evergy, Liberty Empire, and even sometimes Spire. We have been engaged and involved with the Energy Efficiency for All Collaborative along with Dana. We have been involved with that for around 6 years. We have been able to really work on a lot of important issues through these rate cases, as well as regional advocacy and working with developers and working with housing advocates through that work. We do also work with rural electric cooperatives and municipal utilities. That advocacy of our work is a little different. As many of you know on this call, dealing with municipal utilities and rural electric cooperatives are a little more challenging. just because the investor-owned utilities have statutory incentives and benefits in engaging in energy efficiency that the municipal utilities and the rural electric cooperatives do not have. But we still work with them nonetheless. And certainly I can give more information about how the IRA is going to interact with those types of utilities. We do lobby. We have 1 week left of the Missouri legislative session for 2023. I do not see any significant policy changes in terms of energy going through. That is a shame because there were some really important things we were working on. But there was also a lot of things that we were opposed to that I've worked with a number of you on as well. And we do spend a lot of time talking to lawmakers as much as we're able to. Next slide, please. There we go. That's me. That's an old headshot. But that's still who I am. I'm James Owen. I'm the executive director of Renew Missouri. I've had that job for 6 years here in a couple weeks, which hardly seems possible, but I've been doing this job for 6 years. Before this, I ran the Office of Public Counsel, worked with people like Jeff Mark and probably some other people that are on this workshop. You all know what that role does. I'm also an attorney, former judge, former cattle farmer. So I've got it all covered. Next slide, please. So enough about me. So let's talk about this presentation today. We want to explore how utilities can claim energy savings attribution for energy upgrade measures that they do not primarily fund and identify other attribution problems resulting from IRA funds, particularly for low-income residential buildings. We do anticipate this kind of being a supplement to what Dana and Rajiv have talked about and will be talking about. We believe it's really important because I think this is a critical question. And I know it's another question that another speaker is going to be talking about this afternoon, but we wanted to kind of talk about it from a more kind of level of dealing with specific residential programs and to make sure that we are thinking about these sort of things. I mean, we are putting this out there because we believe this is an approach that we want the other parties that are involved with these cases to be thinking about, to be aware of, and to really start thinking about how this is going to work. That if there are IRA funds going through IOUs, that there are IRA funds that are going to be available to investor-owned utilities, we want to know how is that going to be handled. Are we going to be making the federal government and investor-owned utilities competitors with each other? Are we going to be taking on any kind of efforts to kind of make them adverse to one another in other ways, or to make the IOUs disincentivized from pursuing them? We want to be able just to talk about that and get that idea out there. We do believe that's really important. Next slide, please. So before we get into that, it is always important to me. I always want to start by looking at the MEEIA statute and this one particular line. This is something that Renew Missouri has been really keen to emphasize in a lot of our previous interventions in these MEEIA cases, but I think it always bears repeating. And that the legislature said, it shall be the policy of the state to value demand-side investments equal to the traditional investments in supply and delivery infrastructure and allow recovery of all reasonable and prudent costs of delivering cost-effective demand-side programs. I believe that section of the statute is to be read liberally. I believe that section is to be read to be defining of not simply what goes on with MEEIA, but to look at that from a more general sense. And that's what I believe, that when I talk about this, when Renew Missouri talks about this, we are always talking about it from that lens. And so that's just a little bit of context that I feel is important to let you all know where we are coming from when we talk about this. Next slide, please. So, when we talk about attribution, I don't know why this picture of this rooster always makes me laugh, but this is very funny to me. I want to kind of make sure I have an analogy for attribution, or at least how I'm thinking about attribution before we're talking about it. That is the quantity of benefits delivered by a program or intervention. It is impacts that would otherwise have been realized. And I think the way to look at attribution is how we look at the sunrise. Every morning, if you're on a farm, with poultry, you have a rooster. That rooster crows when the sun rises. Does the sun rise because that rooster crows? No, the sun rises because of the Earth's rotation. It has nothing to do with the rooster. It has everything to do with the rotation of the sun. And the reason I use that analogy is because I believe that we should be looking at larger factors, larger forces at work when we're talking about how energy efficiency programs, how energy efficiency opportunities are going to become available to us. I believe that's the analogy I like to look at. So feel free to challenge that analogy. Feel free to adopt that analogy. I'm sure you'll be seeing that from us in whatever filings get sent out here in the near future. Next slide, please. But we can also look at attribution the way it's defined in MEEIA. And so attribution defined is that it refers to the ability of utilities to claim credit for energy savings resulting from their investments in energy efficiency measures. I mean, that's obvious. I mean, we know that's the purpose of the legislation. We believe that there has always been a perverse incentive for utilities not to engage in energy efficiency, that they don't make as much money. So we're trying to make sure that that is supplemented, that make sure that is complemented, to make sure that energy efficiency is something that the utilities can receive benefit from in the same way they would if they're building a coal plant or building a wind farm. I mean, that's the whole purpose of MEEIA, or at least that's how we look at the purpose of MEEIA, and that's kind of going along with that general public policy statement. MEEIA values demand-side investment equal to traditional supply and delivery infrastructure. Again, that is, we want to look at energy efficiency like it is building out, plant. We believe that all reasonable and prudent costs associated with delivering effective demand-side programs can be recovered. It is the total resource cost test that is preferred for cost effectiveness. And that efficiency programs dedicated to low-income customers and customer education are exempt from those cost effectiveness requirements. So especially if we are looking at IRA money that would be coming from going to utilities for low-income programs for multifamily housing, that certainly even a lot of this discussion we're talking about is going to be exempted from that, and that there's not going to be cost measures that are associated with it. Next slide, please. Thank you. So how MEEIA works, or at least from the perspective of how Renew Missouri sees MEEIA working, is that there's the three legs of the stool. There's the recovery of program costs, there's the throughput disincentive, and there's profit, that performance incentive and earnings opportunity valued same as traditional sources of generation. So if you were able to make money selling power, you should be able to make money being able to save power. And so that is generally how we look at those three things: recovery, throughput, profit. The net gross values, utilities need to be able to claim savings resulting from their investments and exclude free riders. Spillover can offset free ridership to some extent. Attribution is important for the utility to prove that their actions cause the savings. So that's one of the reasons why we need to be, why attribution is so important, is because because that is exactly how we are trying to measure what contribution the utilities are performing here. Next slide, please. And I also wanted to make sure that we are able to get some of the IRA funding that we think is going to be factored into this. I know Marty I know he did talk about some of these things. I know some of the other speakers will be talking about these programs later on, but I just want to go through them. There's the Housing and Urban Development Green Resilience and Retrofit Program. That is, we believe, will be valued at $837.5 million. And that provides funds to improve energy or water efficiency, indoor air quality, low carbon emission technologies, and climate resilience in HUD subsidized project-based rental assistance properties. So that's one of the programs that we're talking about that may or may not be going through the utility. It may or may not be going through the Division of Energy. I know there is still a lot of question about where these funds are going to go, how they're going to be delivered. We still have a lot of questions about that, as Mr. Heineman just talked about, but we want to be prepared for all possibilities. There's the Department of Energy's Homes Rebate Program. That is around $4.3 billion with a B. That will offer rebates to whole house energy efficiency upgrades and low-income multifamily buildings. And so I think that is something that could be offered through the state, that could be offered through utilities. Again, it's just we are still gonna kind of have to wait and see where that fits. There's the Department of Energy's High Efficiency Electric Rebate Program, which offers rebates to cover the costs of electrification projects in low-income multifamily housing buildings. Electrification is, I know, a very controversial topic. It's going to be very controversial with people on this call. It's something that, we are trying to watch and see how that money is distributed. We're trying to watch and see how the investor-owned utilities are going to be handling that. But whatever you think of that, it is something that the Inflation Reduction Act is putting an emphasis on, and they are trying to put some sort of push through budget, through monetary policy, to make that a reality, to move towards electrification. So that 4.5 billion is going to be in there, and that's going to be available. So that's something else we're watching. That we're interested in. There's also the Department of Energy's Workforce Development and Clean Energy, 200 million. That's to provide home energy efficiency contracting training grants. This is kind of beside the point of this workshop, but one of the things that Renew Missouri is doing, that we kind of adopted from the Department of Natural Resources and from the Division of Energy, is working on this Renew Missouri Homes program, which is going to be trying to build a network of contractors and build a network of real estate professionals that understand how energy efficiency works, how it provides value to a home, how you're able to translate that value and that information to customers, to ratepayers, to people buying homes. And so we are particularly interested in that money because there are a lot of need for contractors out there. We are aware of the fact that there is a shortage of people who are able to do this work. So even though a lot of this money is going to be available and a lot of programs are going to be open, we do have to worry about whether or not there's going to be people to do it. And I know that one of the concerns that we keep hearing, if we're going to start transitioning to clean energy, and that there's people that are going to be losing their jobs because they're working at traditional plants like coal, like gas, that perhaps there are workforce development opportunities there, not just for them, but also for all sorts of people who might want to try something new. And we understand that there's going to need to be money that goes to that. So that's really important in order for any of these programs to work, is to make sure that we have people who are able to do this work. And we're acutely aware of the fact that there's a shortage in that area. So I think that that's good that some of that money, and it's not just this money, but there's a lot of other money that's going to be going to that. And finally, and this was, I know Marty did mention this, the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That's going to offer grants and financial and technical assistance to support eligible uses in low income and disadvantaged communities. I know that a lot, and that's 27 billion. And that money is, the idea is that different governments and different entities, not just state government, local governments, county governments, city governments, are going to be able to create these green banks, infrastructure banks, or like, let's say you are in Kansas City and we have an energy efficiency investment fund that is being developed and is being worked on, that could be a receptacle for these funds. There is a possibility that the EPA could just decide that they're going to administer those themselves. We don't know yet, but I believe it is good that the state of Missouri, I believe it is good that the large municipalities such as St. Louis and Kansas City are pursuing those as well. And it's very possible that some money will be going through. Yes, Marty? You have your hand up?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your sentence.
No, go ahead.
Okay, just to note, so 7 billion under what is called Solar for All in that pot of money. EPA has said they're going to distribute, I think, up to 60 grants to states, localities, and so on. And then other pots of money are probably going to be distributed. I think some of it they've subdivided to go to maybe 2 entities nationally, and then another one to maybe up to 15 entities. So that's kind of where those funds stand.
Okay. Yeah, and that solar for all, I know that is something that we just got details on just a couple of weeks ago. And certainly I can dig up some of the information we have on that if anyone's interested in that. I can put that in the chat. But no, that's true. There are some of those pots of money that's going to be going to those. That 27 billion isn't just going to be Green Bank or Infrastructure Bank, but there's going to be a lot of money hopefully going through those, and those will not be necessarily going to the investor-owned utilities. I don't think that is what they are specifically designed for. I do think there might be some opportunity for some of that money to be able to go to municipal utilities or rural electric cooperatives. I certainly know that's something that we're discussing with the EIERA and whether that's possible or not. But no, that's good color. That's good context. Thank you, Marty. Next slide, please. Okay, so benefits to utilities and customers. MEEIA allows utilities to recover costs for energy savings achieved through demand-side programs. Utilities can recover costs for program administration, incentives, and offset any sale reduction due to program participation. That is to try to get rid of that perverse disincentive. Utilities can raise rates to include program costs and profit from performance incentives. Customers benefit from lower energy bills, improved indoor air quality, and greater comfort. We believe there are all sorts of benefits that go along with energy efficiency that are tied to that directly and indirectly. And low-income customers can benefit from special programs and federal funding for energy efficiency upgrades. That is particularly of a big concern because so many folks that live in that type of housing are the tenants. They're not the landlords. The landlords are not the ones that are incurring the utility bill costs. And we're trying to give lots of incentives and lots of opportunity for those projects and for those types of housing to be able to benefit from this and to make that as easy as possible. This is all just kind of this is all pretty familiar to most people on this call, but it's always good to go over all of that. Next slide, please. And because I wanted to share this, Laura Goldberg, somebody we work with at Energy Efficiency for All, I wanted to just kind of add some of her thoughts that are thoughts that we want to think about, and that millions of dollars from the Inflation Reduction Act are soon to be available for energy improvements, along with robust funding from Missouri utilities' upcoming MEEIA filings. But utility involvement is dependent upon the utility receiving credit for the energy savings attribution. Some people will probably have disagreement with this. I have no doubt there are people on this call that have disagreement with that, but we believe that if the utilities are to be incentivized for being able to take advantage of this funding, that we need to have some sort of favorable view for their participation. And we need to have some sort of favorable view for the fact that they are going to be selling less energy. They're going to be selling less power. They're going to be selling less of their product as a result of this. So that's why we think that is important. And for the funds coming from non-utility source, even that funding constitutes the majority of the cost for the energy efficiency measure. Utility can, or we believe should, claim attribution of the savings because without the utilities engagement, the energy efficiency measure would not have been implemented. Again, there is a question of how much of this money is going to go through the Division of Energy, how much of this is going to directly come from the federal government. But there should also be a question of if it is coming from the utility, and the federal government says it has to come through the utility, well, then is it really an option? Is it something that we should be able to just be able to say well, they have to facilitate it. There should be no benefit to them. So we're not going to be able to consider this an attribution as it's defined under the MEEIA statute. That is just something that we, as a perspective, we want to have out there. And the utility facilitating brazing resources, that implementation infrastructure with the weaving of measures. We believe that's also an important consideration for how these funds are going to be done. Are they going to be stacked? Are they going to be, going along with other programs and make it indistinguishable from one another? Those are other things that I think we should be thinking about right now. And then again, the utility can claim responsibility for the energy savings, even if they were not responsible for the majority of that funding, of those savings there. But again, if the federal government is saying it needs to come from the utility, then it should be something that we have to factor in when we are looking at what incentive we are offering them. Otherwise, you develop a lose-lose situation where the federal government and the utilities are competing with one another, or where the utility chooses not to accept the funding and energy efficiency is not fully valued as state statutes require. So, I mean, those are, in our perspective, those are the three choices that the policymakers and the decision makers on this phone call have to make. Do we give incentive to the utilities to do this? Do we make them compete with the federal government? Or do we just say, you can choose not to do this? I don't think those options of competition with the federal government or with disincentivizing utilities from doing it is very attractive. I don't think that's something we should be. I don't think that's something we should try to have as our policy in the state, and that's just certainly something that we see as advocates as that's important. Next slide, please. Or is that it? That was it, I think, for me. Oh yeah, we're done. Okay, so I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
James, when you talk about funds flowing through the utilities, are you referring to the IRA home rebate programs?
Well, I mean, I'm referring to, I mean, like, I think right now there could be any number of funds that are going through the IRA, that IRA funds that are going through the utilities, and sometimes we just don't know, we don't have definition of that yet. I don't know, maybe somebody can help me on here if the rebates, if the homes rebates are going through the utilities or those going directly to homeowners. Do we have that decision made yet?
So DE will receive the funds, assuming all goes according to plan. Whether they would go through the utilities, I'm not sure. On the electrification rebates, those I believe are supposed to be point of sale. I guess in theory it could be point of sale on a utility's website. I think it's a little bit of an unknown at this point to what extent they go through utilities.
Yeah.
One thing that comes to my mind, we definitely want to work with utilities. At the same time, I don't know that we want things to exclusively go through utilities, just because the IOUs would have a big leg up, given that they have MEEIA programs that some of the co-ops and munis might not.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And I guess, you know, the concern that we always have, especially with the low income funds and the ability to administer those, is, you know, trying to make that easy. Trying to make that easy for the developers, trying to make that easy for the customers, trying to make that easy for the ratepayers. Are we going to have a belief that a low income customer is going to want to deal with the utility, want to deal with a state agency, you know, want to deal with different things? I mean, when they're trying to get by day to day, when they're trying to just, you know, make ends meet, they're trying to just pay their utility bill. Are we going to put them in a situation where they have to go to different places to do that? I mean, our answer always when looking at low income programs like that is we want it to be as close to a one-stop shop as possible. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Renew Missouri has always been, you know, very keen on co-delivery. We've always been very keen on, especially with Ameren's concierge service they have for their programs. We think, yes, I get a thumbs up from Dana on that one. We like that. We've been trying to encourage Evergy to do that too. You know, so we want to make sure that this is not prohibitive. This is not something that's going to just be difficult, especially for low income customers, because I think it's already hard enough. So I guess, I mean, so ultimately the question is, I mean, look, Marty, I think it's important. We just have to, I mean, I think we just need to be thinking about this and think about how that's going to work. I mean, you know, again, we sit here on May 9th, almost a year after this has passed, and we still have some uncertainty about how it's going to be administered. We have some uncertainty about how it's going to be delivered. And that's, you know, I mean, look, it's a big program. It's a lot of money. There's a lot that has to be defined still. So I think it's just a matter of keeping it front of mind and making sure that we're doing what's going to really provide as much benefit to the customers and get this money delivered as effectively and efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and it's definitely on my mind as well, trying to make sure that we're not sending people to 1,000 different places and I think
Yeah.
some of that, once we get more guidance, we'll be able to think through a bit more carefully about what is the best way to put all these funding streams together.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And I think, and I have to think that, some of the reason that this has been slowed down is because the federal government wants some of this to kind of come out during an election year. So they're seeing that benefit. But I don't want to be too presumptuous.
There was a question in the chat from Julia Eagles. How might it look for the utilities to comply with the Justice 40 commitment and their energy efficiency programs and IRA funding?
Well, I'll tell you, Julie, I've only been working on that component of this from the perspective of the rural electric cooperatives, and trying to focus on that. But I think definitely if the Justice 40 program has identified areas of Ameren service territory, of Evergy service territory, of Liberty Empire service territory that have these kind of demands, it is going to take a little more work to make sure that those are administered to those areas. I can tell you with rural electric cooperatives, it's a little easier, honestly, because so many of our rural counties are poor. There is a lot of persistent poverty in these rural counties, especially when you get outside of the metro areas, because there are rural electric cooperatives that serve some of those suburban and exurban areas. That a lot of those places do not have a lot of money, and a lot of those places do fall under that definition. You don't see a lot of minority population outside of the boot heel, but certainly that's going to be a focus. And Ameren has service territory there too. So I think, they're going to have to be really there's going to have to be an extra layer of how we look at how this money is administered. Like if Ameren or Evergy or Liberty Empire or the ones that are going to be doing it, we got to make sure that's going to the places where the federal government says it's got to go to. What does that look like? I don't know, especially if we have a delay. If we have a delay in MEEIA and this money becomes available and the utilities are the ones administering it, how are we overseeing that? How are we overlooking that? Is that something that we should be doing separately if we don't have a MEEIA filing, or we don't have some sort of, order that's going to be like direct how that's to be done? Or is the federal government just going to be able to direct that without PSC involvement? Time will tell on that. I think we have a lot of smart, creative people on this call. I think we're just going to have to be smart and creative about it. That was a good non-answer. Oh, I'm getting a thumbs up. Okay, that's good.
And I just shared in the chat a link to that map that I had in my slides that's shows all of the identified disadvantaged community areas throughout our state.
That's really good. I hope everyone gets a chance to look at that. I kind of have like the rural areas pretty well down, but I don't know. I will confess I do not know how St. Louis and Kansas City, how those zip codes operate as well. But yeah, that's good. Stephen? Hi, Stephen. Who's on mute? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was trying to change my background. It's
Okay.
not officially with Clean Energy Works as of Friday. I'm working on their behalf today, but I'm back to my old affiliation at Liberty Homes. I just want to draw people's attention to the fact that there's some confusion that's been created around the income qualification elements in the IRA rebates. People seem to equate less than 80% AMI with low income, and they seem to equate between 80 and 150% AMI with lower middle income. And these are much more expansive categories than I think people seem to be imagining. So it depends a little bit on what area median income is being used as the benchmark. If county level area median income is being used as a benchmark, then it is highly variable by county. where you can be less than $25,000 or you can be less than $60,000 and still be less than 80% of area median income. For using the state, it's less than about, I think, $50,000. But just in terms of the number of people that we're speaking about, you're talking about less than 80% of median income is roughly 40%, 45% of the entire state. And less than 150% of median income is probably between 75 and 80% of the population of the state. So these are not restrictive. And if the expectation is that these income brackets are going to lead to sort of a fair distribution of IRA rebates, especially to those people who do not have tax liability, right? Which would enable them to take advantage of the tax credits, then that's just a misperception. And I think it's important that as we talk about this, and we're talking about things like, these maps that are produced by DOE, those would have to be things that would be layered on. Those requirements would have to be layered on by the state as additional restrictions or requirements, if in fact there was a desire to ensure that more of the rebate funds went to lower income households. And that certainly seems to have been sort of the at least expressed intention, given that roughly 50% of the population pays only about 3% of taxes, and therefore it doesn't have much tax liability. But that's not going to be the outcome unless the state has the latitude, even under these rules, to do, for example, set-asides that add additional income requirements or geographic requirements or other kinds of restrictions. So that's my 2 cents on that particular topic.
Great, thanks guys. Anything else for James?
You all, especially thank you for PSC staff for helping me with my presentation.
And yeah, just a couple quick comments with a couple of the topics that James brought up. As I previously mentioned, we've got the 1 o'clock session, USDOE, set to talk and can cover some of those programs that James and Marty have mentioned, and then more specifically to the IRA and EM&V attribution or just MEEIA attribution. We've got the utility EM&V evaluators and the commission's evaluator set to speak a little more specifically to that. So thanks again, James.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
And Rajiv, I think you're on, right? I just saw your chat about sending me slides.
Yeah, it was the file size, I guess, was too big to send. I wasn't sure if you received them or not, Brad. If not,
I was just gonna say, I think we may have hit our first technical difficulty. I don't see them.
Okay,
right
well,
now. Okay.
Okay, just give me one moment. Can you guys see that, or is it for some reason small?
It is small, but we can see it.
Okay, hold on one sec. Apologies, give me 1 second.
While Rajiv is working on this technical problem, I have a question for Marty. To my earlier point, Marty, do you actually know what area median income is going to be used for determining qualification for the home electric appliance rebates?
Not at this time. Not sure if that would be state or local.
That's better, Rajiv.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try and increase the
Go to
size. Okay. This has never happened to me before, so apologies. But you guys can see it, and if you've got questions, I'll go through it. Okay, am I good to go, Brad?
Yep, go right ahead. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you, and I will try and keep to the allotted time given to me. So, my name is Rajiv Ravlapati. I've been asked to speak today about reflecting IRA incentives into utility plans and cost assumptions. But I think also another way to look at this is the regulatory implications of IRA in utility planning. So before I jump right in, again, my name is Rajiv Ravlapati. I'm with the Institute for Market Transformation, better known as IMT. We are a 501c3, similar to Renew, founded in 1996, and we focus on innovative and pragmatic solutions that fuel greater investment in high-performance buildings to meet local market priorities. So we have a slant towards buildings, but we also do have a utilities team here at IMT. In fact, my colleague Julia Eagles with IMT is one of the participants in today's workshop. But we execute our mission by co-creating and deploying public policy and business practices that drive widespread market action towards improving how we collectively build, design, and operate in the spaces that we occupy, which are buildings. So again, my name is Rajiv Ravlapati. I'm the Senior Manager for Government Engagement for IMT. And we are a DC-based nonprofit, but I am based right here in St. Louis, Missouri. And I've been a Missourian for almost a decade now. And for those of you who are, would like to reach out to me afterwards, that is my email address listed there below. So IRA, what I want to focus on for my presentation is, IRA creates a paradigm shift. It's the largest investment to date by the U.S. to modernize our energy system. It has immense, unparalleled potential to offer these benefits to customers while transitioning to a clean and equitable economy. But one of the things that I will kind of reinforce today are two things. Working with regulators and helping work with regulators and state agencies on what kind of vision that you want to set now that IRA is here and these funds will be soon flowing. That potential won't be realized unless we ensure that utilities act in the public interest and that their investments result in that affordable and reliable energy future that we as Missourians want to move towards. So what I'll kind of focus on are these couple buckets for my presentation. These are what we see as the state regulatory venues impacted by the IRA. So my presentation here today is really focused on that first one, that red square about the planning, but also touching upon, the venues created or impacted by IRA for customer programs, for rate making, for stakeholder and advocate engagement, like IMT with Dana and with Renew. And James already spoke this into existence, so I'm going to also continue to speak about it. But I know it is an uncomfortable topic in our state about electrification, but electrification is a significant focus of IRA. And when I say again, like, what is the vision that the PSC and our state agencies want to set forth for utilities now that IRA funds will soon begin to be developed and administered over the next year and several years? electrification is an immense opportunity for our state, and we don't want to fall behind or lose out on the opportunities created by IRA that has so much focus on electrification. Okay, so there are a lot of planning implications with IRA. This graphic that you see, it's probably small because my slide deck is not fully showing in presentation mode, so apologies again, but there are major impacts of IRA on electric utility regulation. So what I like to describe is that, those are the planning implications that we see for utilities. Utilities should be required to assess the economics and equity implications of fuel retirements. There are updated tax incentives in the IRA, the invested tax credit, as well as the production tax credit. So renewable cost assumptions should reflect the updated tax incentives. There should be considerations of emerging clean energy technologies and their associated tax credits. With electrification, the accelerated adoption of electrification that we're seeing in other states and those technologies means that the load and the potential for load flexibility will increase. So it's a matter of figuring out the electrified energy uses in buildings and transportation and the potential for that demand flexibility. And as regulators, making sure that utilities are taking electrification into their resource planning and showing you as regulators what that means for both the grid and for the customer base. And of course, also the customer programs that will be modified or changed because of IRA, how will those change utility load profiles, forecasting, and demand side resources, or DSM programming? So there are a lot of federal funds to advance this work, the transmission planning, as well as the development. So these are all the implications that regulators like the PSC should take into consideration. And additionally, one way we like to think about it too is there's before IRA and there's now IRA. So IRA can't move forward if state regulators don't advocate to move these incentives and tax credits forward and their anticipated benefits actually flow to customers, both commercial and residential. Last year when I was in Jefferson City listening to a PSC hearing between Ameren and the commissioners, there was a lot of emphasis on weather-driven load. Now with IRA, before IRA, a lot of that reliability planning was focused on load-driven reliability, whereas now with IRA, it's both weather-driven and supply resources and shaping those reliability needs. So, utility assumptions now that IRA is here has kind of gone out the window. And as regulators, utilities need to show how they are leveraging these funding mechanisms and these tax credits in their resource planning. Because if you're not taking into IRA into account, then it simply does not make sense. So from those planning implications that I just listed, here's how we see that the Missouri Public Service Commission and other regulators can help. And that's, ensuring utilities adequately consider, or making sure that utilities adequately consider how to utilize funding from programs like the existing infrastructure reinvestment program, which is something I'll touch upon a little bit later, but that is a colossal opportunity to kind of move from fossil assets and replace it with clean energy through specific debt and financing options. As regulators, determining whether those current resource planning rules or guidelines need to be updated, and ensuring that utilities in their IRPs are actually considering the full range of technology options, as well as within their DSM programs, which are triggered obviously by MEEIA. And then making sure that those resource plans are proving to regulators as well as to advocates, maximizing the benefits of energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, because there's electrification and then there's also, what we like to describe as beneficial. How is it actually going to benefit the grid, owners, ratepayers, and the state in general? And so increased adoption of DERs, or distributed energy resources, because here at IMT, how utilities should think and how regulators should cause utilities to think is that buildings are grid assets and they are grid interactive, efficient buildings, which is another thing that I'll touch upon here in a moment. And then also figuring out as regulators what is going to be the rapid, regional, and highly coordinated transmission build out, and what are those gaps in figuring out what that build out looks like and what kind of coordination you guys are doing with other states and seeing how other states are doing that kind of build out. And also requiring utilities to use an all source procurement to ensure that they discover and invest in least cost resources. And if you're not familiar, or for folks who are not familiar with all source procurement, what that means is whenever a utility and its regulators believe it's time to acquire new generation resources, it's meant to conduct a unified resource acquisition process. And in that process, the requirements for capacity or generation resources are neutral with respect to the full range of potential resources or combinations of resources available in the marketplace. So to continue on how regulators can help, it can kind of be broken up in these 4 categories that you see here on the screen: the power sector transition, economic development, economy-wide transition, and customer savings. So again, that EIR, the Existing Infrastructure Reinvestment Program, I'm going to kind of keep preaching that one because that is a huge opportunity that regulators should have utilities showcase in their IRPs of how they're actually leveraging funds like that, determining those current resource planning rules, and kind of just like reinforcing what I said earlier. But this kind of gives you a visualization of how, as regulators, you can put these implications into action through these kind of 4 buckets of areas. So I've mentioned it a couple times now, EIR. So what it is EIR is, it appropriates $5 billion to the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, or LPO, to support $250 billion in loan making authority. And that $250 billion can be used for energy transition projects. So there's a lot of explicit and specific requirements and how those cost savings have to, or how those savings have to pass through to communities as well as the ratepayers. But basically, the way it works, or also I should mention too, is, Missouri passed a couple years ago a securitization framework. So it's worth examining with the securitization framework Missouri has in place, how this is differentiated from that, and as well as how does it align potentially. But EIR it's a powerful program because it enables owners, utilities of qualified projects to refinance higher cost debt and equity for energy infrastructure. And energy infrastructure, is a facility or associated equipment used for the generation, transmission of electricity, as well as the production and processing and delivery of those fuels. So there's a vast array of eligible use cases, but some of the most salient use cases that includes the utilities' ability to refinance fossil assets into lower cost debt and unlocking those funds to pull forward into investments in clean energy, as well as accessing lower cost capital to repurpose old fossil assets and sites and finance other projects like clean energy development, manufacturing, or commercial sites. And as James mentioned too, there are a lot of poor rural counties and cities in Missouri. So this is an opportunity to kind of leverage and see how EIR can help with those disadvantaged and energy burdened communities. And the last thing too is I want to mention is, while this is an enormous pot of loan making authority, this program's loan authority expires in September 2026. So another pillar about IRA is that, IRA is meant to be here for a certain amount of time, and then eventually this funding will go away unless it is re-upped by the next Congress's action. So it expires in September 2026, meaning that the LPO, the Loan Program Office, has just under 4 years to issue these loans. So there's far more projects now suitable for LPO financing solutions and on a tight timeline, the PSC should be on alert to use this opportunity for utilities in their service territory to cost effectively retire fossil assets while expediting that transition to a more economically inclusive future for ratepayers. So the last 2 points that I'm going to hit on are the customer program. This is where IRA or regulators can help. There's a couple of different areas within custom programs where regulators can help. They're all interwoven and braided together, but at the focus and the heart that I really want to emphasize is the equity-focused action. So, for example, there can be guidance on how the PSC expects utilities in its service territory and jurisdictions to help bridge the gap between IRA incentives and the low to moderate income customers' ability to finance and benefit from both energy efficiency and electrification measures. So, like when I talk about customer programs here, I'm really talking about that relationship and interwoven relationship between efficiency and electrification measures. There can also be increased utility and CBO coordination to design programs and improve the marketing to those LMI and disadvantaged communities. But all of this work, all of these customer program areas where the PSC can help, whether it's understanding better the grid impacts of electrification, grid interactive efficient buildings, rate design, coupling weatherization with efficient electrification, all of that won't mean anything if there's not a coordinated strategy between the PSC, DNR, Division of Energy, and other stakeholders that can leverage the IRA funding, utility programs, and other financing streams to optimize how customers can finance this technology adoption. So we've kind of touched on 2 of them already, but there's the Climate Pollution Reduction Fund, which is a $5 billion pot of money, and then the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a $27 billion pot of money. And that latter one can be used for things like green banks and financing mechanisms. And it also this also reinforces something that Dana and James said is, with all these customer programs, we don't want building owners and residential customers to have to scurry around and figure out where to find out all this information. But there should be, and there are models right now being enacted in other states or being formulated, a one-stop shop digital application for but for energy efficiency, for building decarbonization, and energy affordability programs. So, whether it's a Division of Energy or a different agency, to partner with the PSC, localities, and nonprofit grantees to consider the program applications into a portal like that, so you can provide users the necessary information for tax rebates and incentives. And the last thing I'll mention on this side is the grid interactive buildings. Here in Missouri, according to Division of Energy's own statistics, commercial buildings account for nearly a quarter of the state's total energy use, and that's not factoring into industrial and residential buildings. So buildings have an immense opportunity to be and should be grid assets. And as regulators, you need to have utilities take buildings into account, especially as jurisdictions like St. Louis have policies now in place, like a building performance standard. So buildings can provide the flexibility by reducing energy waste, helping balance the energy use during peak times of demand or plentiful renewable generation. And the key characteristics with grid interactive efficient buildings is that they're efficient, they're connected, they're smart, and they're flexible and can manage during those peak and off-peak times. And I'm just wrapping up here. And this one I won't cover too much because again, my presentation is meant to cover about the planning, but rate making, there's an opportunity for the MO PSC to help here when it comes to rate making and ensuring that the utilities leverage and having proof to the PSC how they're leveraging all IRA provisions, and the cost savings are actually being tracked and returned to ratepayers in rate cases. So there's things like where you could open proceedings that focus on where cost savings may occur due to the IRA and how, if realized, they will be treated. And there's already some states that have done similar proceedings to the cost savings opportunities from the IIJA, and these scopes could be impacted to include the IRA impacts as well. Oh, that was the slide. Sorry, I didn't show that. So this last bucket that I want to talk about is the stakeholder and advocate engagement. So at the heart of it is, the advocates and stakeholders role with IRA. So there's, again, there's the opportunity for Division of Energy and PSC to set forth a regulatory vision, reviewing utility proposals with these IRA provisions in mind. There can be identifying where the rules and processes omit the benefits from IRA, listening to those advocates for changes to utility proposals, plans, and actions, guidance that will lend clarity to how the PSC expects and leverage IRA provisions in future proceedings. And it's all really focused on illustrating how the PSC can coordinate. Its coordination will be crucial to ensure complementary and streamlined programmatic efforts, because stakeholders will be well pointed to elevate community perspectives in proceedings that determine how certain IRA provisions will be utilized. And at the heart of it, I guess if anything, what I would surmise with this slide is that to holistically address and demystify the challenges that advocates, utilities, and regulators face today, the IRA presents a reimagining in planning in trusted, comprehensive, and aligned ways. So what I'll end with is, I kind of talked about the vision. I kind of talked about some different examples and planning implications and how it can be cross-cutting and how IRA can be factored in and what the regulatory vision, PSC, and Division of Energy should set forth. These are kind of examples of like, what are those example questions? What's the purpose? What's the scope? What's the roles and the tools as regulators and utilities should take into consideration? And it's something that Martin kind of touched on earlier, is that, does the PSC or our state agencies have the necessary tools and administration infrastructure to capture IRA funds and market to all Missouri customers? Because there's going to be an immense administrative workload with IRA, which will be a burden. So it will need that kind of holistic stakeholder engagement process from not just the regulators and utilities, but where, again, like advocates and other groups can kind of help determine what the purpose, scope, roles, and tools should be in planning. So, to end, the Missouri Public Service Commission and regulators across the country, you guys are the ones in the driver's seats to make sure that we capture the opportunities, the unparalleled opportunities of the IRA. And so it's going to cause you to review proposals and take many of these proactive actions for, in this brief related to electric utility planning. So this is where groups like IMT, Renew, and other folks represented here on today's call can help design and execute the workload of IRA in conjunction with those other federal opportunities, and also where needed and where it makes sense. How should the PSC, in developing this vision, what will that vision entail? What will it need? And seeking fund potentially from the Missouri General Assembly on provisions from the IRA itself to increase PSC staffing and capacity constraints with the anticipated workload with IRA. So I'm going to stop there and stop sharing, and thank you again for the opportunity to present.
Thanks, Rajiv. That was there was a lot of information there. We are but full of time, but with there being so much there, I know Rajiv had given contact information earlier. I would encourage people to reach out to him if they have questions, but would take a couple minutes if there's anything with that information he provided. Anybody wants to ask a quick question or two on? All right, hear nothing. Real quick before we move on to Ted and Carmen, Stephen had a question in the chat. I don't know if anybody can see that or if anybody would be willing to provide any information they may have, but he's asking what the typical number of weatherization assistance upgrades that are completed annually in Missouri and how those numbers are expected to change over the next several years in light of new IIJA funding. So I don't know if, again, being respectable of time, maybe if somebody wants to, if anybody has any information on that, maybe they can provide a response in the chat. And I just saw Carmen. Carmen, if you want to go ahead and try sharing your slides, we can go ahead and make that transition. Excellent. I can see him. So with that, Carmen, if you can hear us, I'll give you the floor.
There, now can you guys hear me?
You can.
All righty, let me get to the right screen here. So thanks today for the opportunity to join. I know it's a packed agenda and it's kind of fun to see a lot of familiar faces on that agenda as well. And I'm also honored that Ted and I made the cut. So we're going to break our time slot into two little sections. I'm going to cover the basics of who Recurve is and what we do, and why what we do is relevant to this new generation of measured programs that we've been talking a little bit about with the IRA. And then Ted is going to cover a little bit more in depth about how valuation of those impacts could lead to more integrated solutions for energy efficiency and demand response. And that kind of fits into the conversation we just had about planning and how utilities can see this in their planning system. So let me move on to the next slide. So Recurve is a software analytics company, and we have two main components that we're working on. We do analytics to support programs and markets, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about those two analytic capabilities that we have today. And we can also deploy our own market-driven virtual power plant by kind of using our analytics and then opening the doors to the myriad of service providers that are out there to offer utilities a single pane of glass to be able to track, monitor, and settle on the demand side impacts that are ultimately delivered from those interventions. So we are doing analytics and have stood up VPP market solutions across the country with utilities, with other load serving entities, state agencies, and in partnership with our implementation and evaluation buddies in the demand side management world. So we have a fairly wide footprint. And our analytic capabilities are really designed to do two core things. The first of which is to find out where the best opportunities are for demand side resources in a given service territory, or for a whole state if you're ready to look at the whole enchilada, as it were. And in energy consumption data, we can look at the trend lines for weather dependent energy usage, the locational impacts, and the grid value, so that you can target customers that are going to be most likely to have positive impacts on their bills, perhaps save energy, or they might have other impacts that are valuable to the grid. Or you might need to want to look at where the grid will benefit most from a change in their total energy usage or the pattern of a customer's energy use. So we have found through testing and doing the targeting activities quite a lot that if you target, you can really get to those more valuable impacts by a significant margin and improve your cost effectiveness, or even potentially mitigate bad outcomes for customers. Think, for example, electrification, where you might see increases in bill impacts, or they could increase energy burden, rather than reduce it. We're doing that work for some of the electrification programs that we've seen to make sure that they're doing no harm. Targeting is really about understanding that weather dependent energy consumption pattern. So we all have base load, things that are kind of pretty much on all the time. We've got our discretionary load, that's like our lights and the toaster, but increasingly electric vehicles and bigger things. And heating and cooling dependent loads, thinking of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, right? These are the things that kick on when it's hot or cold outside. And different program interventions that are going to be available are going to be able to affect these loads in different ways. And programs that can motivate changes in different times of the day or seasons of the year. And by finding those top users with the right kind of loads in the right places at the right time can significantly enhance program effectiveness. And it can animate program implementation as well, because you're getting this information back in real time. So the other core analytical activity that Recurve specializes in is tracking and monitoring performance before and after an intervention, be that with a home or with a commercial building. While targeting is primarily looking at weather-dependent load before an intervention, tracking and monitoring is really giving you valuable insights as to how any given project is performing and how a portfolio of projects are performing in aggregate. At Recurve, we're tracking every single project coming into a program, and then we generate an audit trail of the performance of that project, the payments that are made on that performance, and then everyone in the system, given they have permission, can have access to that information. And that, in effect, improves the transparency, trust, and the confidence that these investments in demand-side resources are delivering as promised. And if they're not, make adjustments so that they can. And this is why we're so excited about the springboard opportunity introduced by IRA Homes. It provides the opportunity for any state in the country to see how demand-side resources can deliver for customers and for the grid. The measured pathway that's available under the Inflation Reduction Act can utilize tracking and monitoring as part of the program delivery and payment structure and build out capacity really alongside existing programs or offer new opportunities for programs. We think the utilities can be important allies in taking advantage of this funding opportunity by integrating IRA into existing programs and or supporting the analytical activities like targeting to ensure that the state is going to get the biggest bang for their buck. And in turn, the utilities will get a no regrets visibility as to how the program will affect customer bills and potentially drive grid impacts. Maybe that's to improve reliability or customer resilience and put that where it's needed most. The measured pathway has an incentive rate, a payable incentive rate that's anchored in the average energy consumption in the state. And then that is translated into a per unit kilowatt hour or per therm payment rate. So households that save more will get a higher incentive via aggregators. And aggregators are market actors who are providing the services and then can also operationalize that for multiple customers. It also motivates aggregators to prioritize engagements where it will drive the biggest value for the customer, for the grid, and ultimately to drive climate impacts, which is one of the intentions of the legislation. For low-income customers, as was mentioned earlier, incentives are doubled for homes, which will help overcome the initial cost of outreach, and coupled with a higher percentage of project compensation, which is up to 80% of the project costs, it can help ensure that LMI customers are a priority. And as Steve Bicknell pointed out, LMI is fairly expansive in the legislation as well. So coming back to Recurve capabilities, our basic capabilities align with the IRA in that we're providing advanced open source measurement and verification for tracking and monitoring and can enable this targeting activity as well. We can also offer at-scale payment audit and reporting functionality. So we'd like Missouri to consider us a partner in being able to streamline and implement these types of programs. We can partner with other vendors to provide components of our services in more of an a la carte fashion, or we can bundle them together and offer it as a flex market. And a flex market is really is our version of a virtual power plant in that we can bring all of these analytical tools to bear and offer a platform by which all kinds of aggregators and implementers can be providing services to customers and settle in a consistent way with that measurement and verification. We fit into nearly any version of an implementation model for the IRA that might be contemplated by a state energy office. So it's okay that it's up in the air a little bit at this point. We provide open source measurement and verification and any combination of that tracking and monitoring to provide the rapid implementation and capabilities with transparency and accountability up and down the market chain. So from homeowners to have confidence that they will get the savings promised, all the way up to aggregators delivering on those promises and the accountability for the funds going out the door. in and of themselves. So to transition to TED, I wanted to quickly note that open source advanced M&V is not just a publicly available method of calculating savings. Having a common source method and code base means that anyone in the system, in the market system, can consistently and reliably repeat and reproduce calculations. And all of this code base is available with a non-restrictive license. Advanced open source M&V is a requirement in the legislation, and the Open EE Meter is an open source method and code base that's been available and operating since about 2016 and is curated by the Linux Foundation Energy. Anyone can participate in contributing to its improvement by contributing code or collaborating in technical working groups, or by just calling out bugs in the software. The OpenEE meter operationalizes a standard pre-post modeling method that evaluators in the crowd will recognize as billing analysis. We quantify weather-dependent energy consumption patterns that serve as the projection of how a household would have kept using energy after the intervention, and that creates kind of your business as usual case. And then we quantify the actual weather-dependent energy usage after the intervention. And the difference between this usage is the avoided energy use, or the savings. So it's the same model for targeting that I described earlier, but you're just using that front half of the model, that baseline year and before an intervention weather-dependent energy usage. So from here, I'm going to hand off to Ted, but I'm going to keep driving the slides, and he is going to dive into a little bit more about valuation.
Thank you, Carmen. As Carmen said, I'm Ted Thomas. I'm an independent consultant that works with Recurve. Formerly, I was chairman of the Arkansas Public Service Commission, and also a staffer. So I really come from a public interest viewpoint. And when thinking about the public interest, if your role is to define it, or to advise how it should be defined, or to advocate, I would encourage you to think of yourself as a risk manager. What you're trying to do is manage all of these risks we've had and come up with an outcome that works for your citizens. There's three huge risks that we face. One is changing commodity prices. We see gas go from 2 to 10 and back to 2, where you not only have change, you have change back. We have changing federal policy, where we see the same thing. We have carbon policy, then we don't. Now we do. These 4-year rotations create a lot of risk for you as a regulator. And then we have changing technology, which we hope are the solution to risk management. But there's even risk with respect to technology. You want to adopt quickly, but maybe not be the first. The second mouse gets the cheese. But there's all of these risks that you have to manage. How do you do that? How do you create flexibility and optionality so you present a winning ticket to your citizens no matter what? To me, what you need to do is look at all the potential technologies, every single one of them, and try to think in your head, what happens if this technology emerges as the winner? What policy do you need in place if this technology emerges? And I'm thinking about all the technologies: hydrogen, modular nuclear, renewable natural gas, more transmission, high voltage DC transmission, and of course the DER stuff that we're here to focus on. What do you need to do with DER in particular, as it's one of the technological potential solutions in this broad mix? To me, it all starts with rigorous hourly measurement of benefits. That is the cornerstone to me of all of it. And of course, DER, I'm using a broad definition, including with anything distribution interconnected, which is going to include not just devices and stuff, but also EE and DR programs. With DER, we know that every hour matters. We know that it matters when somebody charges their EV. We know that it matters with storage. The value proposition of storage is time variance. We know that if you're in the RTO world, MISO says that every hour matters with respect to reliability. It's no longer just planning for the peak, it's every hour. We also know that with electrification, if you take the every hour matters, if you take your gas load and stack it onto the peak, as Jim Cramer, the financial guy, one of his terms is you will rip your consumers' faces off if you do that. Every hour matters with respect to electrification. As a threshold matter, I think we need to make every hour matter with respect to EE. If you want your EE policy and your EE investment to be pulling in the same direction as all of these other policies, these other technologies, every hour must matter. This is a limitation of the deemed savings model. Every hour is treated as the same. They're not valued difference, but we know in the real world, those hours have different value, and how you measure each hour is what Carmen did. And there's a risk. You don't want to be siloed. You don't want your EE program over here and all these other programs over there. And in my view, for EE to reach its full potential, the holy grail, as an earlier speaker mentioned, getting it treated equally with other resources, you need additional rigor and hourly valuation. So how do you do it? You start out, and that's what this slide is about, with total system benefits defined by the regulator. You see the hour of the day, and this is a California chart. Your chart would obviously look different. This is a value curve designed to meet the challenge of the duck curve, so it's pushed into the higher evening hours. There's all kinds of things in there, some of which you recognize, some of which are going to be California specific, but the key with this is it's defined by the regulator. The regulator establishes what the value of compensation should be for each hour and decides which of these are in that and which are not, of course, obviously consistent with state law. Then you think about your price is going to be on the vertical. If you were to lay a existing gas peaker over this, or you were to overlay a new gas plant, or if you were to overlay storage plus solar, then you can get a cost comparison. And if you set your administrative price below the cost comparison, but high enough to attract projects, then you're in a really good zone. You just open up the door and say, this is what you will pay. This is how you will get compensated. You've created an incentive for hourly differences in value to be included in your project concept. And it doesn't distort the market. It's an administrative price, but it's small. It's riding on the back of, you see the very baseline is your energy cost. That's going to be your avoided cost, either set by you in a purple proceeding or borrowed from MISO with their marginal cost on energy. This, in my view, is how you get the resources competing, the EE resources competing on equal footing. So I think we need to roll to the next slide. I forgot that. IRA allows you to differentiate between the hour. Now it's complicated. It's complexity that's stacked on something that's already complicated. And one thing I would point out, we talked to lots of states. There's lots of work to be done. It's hard, complicated work. You in Missouri are far ahead of the curve. If you were to make tiers, you would be in the first tier. I know somebody said there's a lot of work to be done, and there is, but y'all are a lot farther along the road than a lot of folks are, and I salute you for your hard work and preparation. But IRA allows you to differentiate by the hour. That, of course, creates incentive in your program developers' heads. How do we hit those hours that are most valuable to hit? And that's how you mix all of these technologies together around a common price. The next slide, please. Are we missing?
It's building.
Okay,
I'll
yep.
fill it in
Okay.
for you.
Yes. This is how you mix basically together your EE and your DR. You see your historical consumption, that's just what's happening without any intervention. Then we add in the EE, you see the EE project saving, you had your pre-EE baseline and your post-EE baseline, and you're rocking along, and then you come up on your DR event. The hard part with this, if you separate out your EE savings, your DR savings are less. What this is a risk of a silo. If your DR folks say, well, we don't want to diminish our savings from EE, we want the larger savings because of the incentive or whatever. Well, that's good for them, but what's the public interest? The public interest is merging these two together around a common measurement framework. And this is how it looks. And what Carmen said is the how you do it. So then you see the green, there is the DR savings shows the event period. It's less, but the two merge together. And when you put the package all together, it's a better end game value for the consumer. And it gives you a common measurement methodology to allow all of these DERs to compete, not only with other resources, but with each other around a common price, which unlocks innovation. We don't innovate and then go home because we're done innovating. We want to create a culture of innovation for whatever's new coming along and the same price level can have a chance to compete. And all of this, as Carmen said, adds up to a VPP that includes EE. And that's why the hourly distinction is so important. A VPP that tries to use deemed savings is random as to what hour. It's like an intermittent. If you do every hour with a load shape and direct compensation toward the most valuable hours, it's an element that looks like dispatchability. Another thing about this for the folks thinking about the low income folks, if you tie all of this to your AMI system, and of course the AMI system feeds to the billing system, and you can electronically identify LIHEAP coordinated folks. And if your AMI has GPS and you can use census block, what you can do is produce an automated, low-cost, audit-proof guarantee that these benefits are flowing to the low-income folks. And that's what you want, and it's all technology enabled with low administrative overhead because it's using components that you're already paying for. And with that, I will send it back to Carmen for the last slide.
Thanks, Ted. So we've given a smattering of the different capabilities that Recurve has to offer in implementing the IRA. And as Ted had pointed out, kind of a vision for how this can fit into a longer term plan for system planning and parity within our system planning infrastructure. At the end of the day, what Recurve is attempting to do is create a greater parity between supply and demand side resources such that investment can flow towards the demand side in a way that's more akin to the supply side. So IRA opens up an opportunity to implement with the long view in mind. We think the measured approach in particular has particular value in preparing us for this future of an integrated grid, and Recurve and the many partners along the way can support Missouri in getting there. We're already doing it in various forms around the country, and we look forward to working with you to help make it a success. And at that point, we will take some questions if we have time.
Yeah, thank you guys. A lot there. Any
Carmen and Ted, this is Jeff Mark. I appreciate your guys' presentation on this, and it looks like Ted just dropped the Brattle study there. Can you Who do you think is getting this right at this point in terms of capturing this value?
Well, that's a great setup, Jeff. Thank you. I think that there are a few examples of this parity being played out, but I don't think anyone has it perfect yet. I think one of the exciting things about IRA is that states are going to get to take the lead on what works for them, given the context that they're in. The fact that like in California, we have a supply, our avoided cost curve really mimics the barriers that we're facing with reliability with respect to the duck curve. I think it's started to be referred to as a canyon as opposed to a duck, even it's gotten so intense. So in the last summer reliability kind of crisis that came up, what's called the market access program was adopted in California, and it really has operationalized the avoided cost curve to drive quick investments in the demand side to offset reliability issues. Within about 6 months, we were able to see a program that ramped up to deliver system benefits that were almost double per kilowatt hour. That was the savings per kilowatt hour. The value of each kilowatt hour was about double what the traditional energy efficiency portfolio was offering. And I think those are examples of how, when you do send out that price signal of the time value, it can generate the types of results that it's intended to do. It's also, from a regulatory perspective, I think the proper place to put our regulatory focus on the outcomes, because as innovation continues to expand, which is a good thing, it gets much more complicated to try to find these precise regulatory levers and handles to kind of, for lack of a better term, micromanage and kind of centralized plan every component of a program or technology that's going to be out there. And by focusing on that price signal and kind of opening up the market doors, we're seeing that it can bring in innovation. It's a more efficient or streamlined way to bring in combinations of technologies to meet customers where they're at too, because they're not just going to be looking at single technologies most of the time. They're going to be looking at combinations of technologies in their home to meet their objectives of resiliency or you know, wherever the bill savings or whatever their priorities may be.
Sorry, guys.
If you want the math, if you want the math on that slide that showed how we do it, there's a 16-page report that Carmen's a co-author of. It's got the little math equations in it that some people love and some people are afraid of. If you want the math, email me. I'll get you the math.
If you could just drop that into the chat, that would be great.
I will try, but I'm sure I have a link. I had a link to the bridle. I will try to find, Carmen might have a link to that. But that's easier to do if it is in a link, but I don't have a linked copy of the document.
I can pop those in. I also wanted to just note in our slides, which will be available afterwards, there's several links. There's a paper on targeting that we had done with Commonwealth Edison, and also a link to the report that showed how you can integrate energy efficiency and demand response quantification that we did with one of the ISOs in the US. And with that, I think I also wanted to note that I know we threw a lot out there, so please reach out to us, and we're happy to do follow-ups to dive into any particular details or do a rerun. We found that the first conversation is not usually the last in terms of being able to understand kind of the different components and how they might fit into your state. So don't be shy. We love to talk to folks and find out where you're at in this process.
Carmen, that's what I was going to suggest too. There was a lot there, so yeah, definitely reach out to Carmen and Ted for any follow-ups. And thank you guys for your patience and willingness to start a little later than scheduled.
No problem.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No problem. So with that, also waiting patiently, we'll end out our the morning session with Stephen Bickle, Matt Flaherty, and Jill Ferguson. Stephen, Matt, who's starting out here first, and are you able to share your screen, or do you need us to pull it up?
I think I can share my screen. I'll start off, and I know Matt will jump in whenever he feels there's a need for clarification. And Jill is going to follow me and Matt. So let me just pull up that presentation. So Matt and I are both doing this on behalf of Clean Energy Works, and until last week, I was the Chief Insight Officer and Director of Utility Policy and Program.
We're not seeing your slides if you're trying to share.
You can't see them yet because I had to download the driver, so that was the. Let me just hold on a second.
I apologize if you were just filling time there. Well,
I was trying to just make sure I could get this. All right.
do your thing.
All right, hold on. Can you see anything yet? That's the question.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Okay. So Matt and I will be kind of covering IRA rebates and PAYS co-payments with some focus on how integrating program delivery can achieve more equitable outcomes. Although some of that will be left there's some open questions and data that I think would need to be applied. So I'm currently on contract to Clean Energy Works as of this week back at Liberty Homes, which is the nonprofit, which is dedicated to upgrading all U.S. homes by 2050. Matt is no longer, still a senior associate rather, but now is of building decarbonization at Clean Energy Works. Matt, you just want to say hello so people can recognize your voice?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Stephen's going to take the lead in the presentation today, but we've worked closely on a variety of analysis related to the Missouri PAYS programs. And as he mentioned, I'm a senior associate still with Clean Energy Works. Thanks.
All right. So without further ado, for those who aren't familiar, Clean Energy Works is a nonprofit that accelerates inclusive utility investments that open the clean energy economy to all. Clean Energy Works uses 4 levers for change: outreach and engagement, policy and regulatory support, research, and advising and coaching. All right, so just a little bit of context here, this is really kind of an overview of the story that I'm going to be telling, if you'd like, here today. So that IRA plus PAYS, which stands for Pay As You Save, we think is sort of the key to helping drive a clean energy revolution in Missouri. And I would say it's complementary to the kind of market-based approaches you were just hearing from Recur rather. So first of all, first point I want to make is that Missouri is actually uniquely positioned to blaze a trail to clean energy future among all states, and to do so by braiding IRA rebates with the pay-as-you-save and weatherization assistance programs. We're actually not going to go into detail on the weatherization assistance programs, but I think it will be somewhat clear the analogies between the two kind of approaches, and I'll be happy to talk more about it if we have more time. The second point I want to make is you shouldn't believe the hype. On their own, IRA rebates may be actually a recipe for public disappointment and anger rather than a kind of, blossoming, if you want, for clean energy efficiency, and renewable energy. PAYS has a strong potential to accelerate and cut costs and risks of residential clean energy investment for all households. However, Missouri, yes? Did somebody have something they want to say?
Okay, Wilson, that's great.
No. Okay. Somebody needs to be muted. PAYS has a strong potential to accelerate. Yeah. However, Missouri UIU's PAYS programs lack market leverage that's needed to deliver those benefits. However, we do think that this short burst of IRA rebate dollars could be sufficient to provide that leverage and transform PAYS into kind of a major engine of Missouri clean energy future and economic renaissance. Okay, so why do we say that Missouri is uniquely positioned to blaze the trail to a clean energy future by braiding IRA rebates with pay-as-you-save and weatherization assistance programs? The reason for that is that all Missouri investor-owned utilities have active or approved PAYS programs, thanks to the efforts of folks at Renew Missouri and the Office of the Public Counsel and the Public Service Commission and many other stakeholders and the utilities, of course, themselves that have been deeply involved in this process for coming on a decade, I think, actually. Right now, Ameren, Evergy, and Spire all actually have active programs. Liberty Utilities has a program that's been approved by the Public Service Commission, but not yet contracted. And Ameren and Spire's programs are permanent. Evergy's is a pilot that's been extended. All of the programs that are already active are being co-delivered. So there's they're sort of technically separate programs, but the customer's experience is really of one program. And that the reason for that is that there's a single program operator, and so the interface with the customer is singular. In terms of the total amount of money that's kind of available for investment, last I checked, this could be changing with new MEEIA filings, is on the order of around $35 million rather, and that's over several years. So investor-owned utilities in Missouri serve about 2 million households. And we're talking here, obviously, electric and gas utilities, not water, were there to be any. And that's about 80% of Missouri households, which means that there are about 20% of households right now that do not currently have access to a utility offering a PAYS program. Now, there are many more households that are served for electricity or gas, typically electricity by a municipal or a co-op utility. So there are some that only get one service and not the other from an investor-owned utility. Okay, so PAYS has a strong potential to accelerate and cut costs and risks of residential clean energy investment for all households. So for those of you who aren't familiar with pay-as-you-save, we can do a little bit of an overview and introduction. So pay-as-you-save is a system that enables utilities to make site-specific investments in a range of efficiency and clean energy technologies on the customer side of the meter. Just in the same way that they would make an investment in a power plant, they can make an investment in a distributed or virtual power plant and recover their investment over time from a fixed charge on the bill. So the way the dollars flow, the utility capitalizes the upgrades using usually its traditional capital sources that it uses for raising funds for other sources of investments. In the model implemented in Missouri, and that is sort of generally advocated these days, there is an independent program operator. And this independent program operator is working on behalf of the utility, is compensated based on the number of customers, not necessarily the amount of savings or the total amount of investment that is being funneled through the program operator. That program operator provides a turnkey service where they are the ones that are going to be engaging with the customer, doing initial assessments, determining what the energy savings potential is, negotiating upfront, pre-negotiating volume pricing with contractors, determining what the cost-effective scope of work is, making the offer to the customer of that cost-effective scope of work, and then communicating to the contractors in those cases in which a customer has accepted the scope of work and selected among qualified contractors, communicating to the contractor that they have a job, and then monitoring the work of that contractor so that there's a quality assessment before. So remote real-time quality assurance is what utility implements and has kind of innovated using timestamped geocoded photographs to determine that the scope of work has actually been completed before the contractor actually leaves the site. So from the contractor's perspective, one of the reasons that they typically have been willing in other places to offer volume pricing is that it's a one-stop visit, and many of the normal risks associated with their offerings are not present. So they show up, they complete a scope of work. Maybe there's some small change orders that are required that are approved in real time, and they have an independent entity that's actually overseeing the quality of their technicians' work. So they have much lower risk of a callback, and they also get paid in a very timely manner by the utility. So the contractor upgrades the location. The location has a certain estimated energy savings, which are typically on average realized within about 80 to 90% of the estimated energy savings on a population level. And then those savings are used to pay back the fixed fee that is placed on the bill, fixed cost recovery charge, which pays back the utility's investment, including its cost of capital, a portion of its cost of capital, depending on how much the cost of capital is for the utility. And the remainder then would be collected from the rate base. So from the customer's perspective, this is really a stress-free journey. So pay-as-you-save is not just about financing, as you can tell from the earlier description, right? Pay-as-you-save is about a complete process that eliminates all of the historical barriers to an energy efficiency that have sort of plagued energy efficiency and clean energy upgrades. All those things associated with risk, uncertainty, distrust of contractors, and just the complexity of even getting quotes and knowing if the work has been done well. So in this case, utility, which has all the data on customer energy use, targets those customers with the greatest savings potential. Customer schedules a free energy assessment. They get that home assessment from the program operator. Usually there'll be direct installs that happen immediately during that visit. They get a scope of work. If they approve the scope of work, the contractor completes deep upgrades, and then the customer enjoys energy savings and improved comfort. Now, one of the unique features of the pay-as-you-save system is it is not alone. It is, because it is a utility investment, it is actually connected to the metered location. And the home is actually being evaluated not based on the creditworthiness of the individual, but rather on the energy savings or energy, or we could say energy services value of improvements at the location. As a result, there's no customer loan, lien, or debt. There's no need for a credit check or an income check. And both those things mean that this solution is available to a much larger population of households, including to landlords who have renters in a way that tends to not have a split incentive, as well as to non-creditworthy counterparties, and of course, also to households that are just risk and debt averse, which is a very large proportion of households. Now, because the utilities investment is calibrated based on the energy savings potential of the location, there can be a copayment associated with the investment. So, but in the ideal situation, there's no immediate out-of-pocket cost to the customer. Sometimes there's a little, and in a few cases, in fact, currently in Missouri, there's sometimes significant out-of-pocket cost, which can be a problem for these programs. And this is actually where we think the rebates are a very important short-term intervention that can really help overcome this issue, even for the long term. And the way that the pay-as-you-save system rules work, that the fixed fee cannot be more than 80% of the estimated savings. And that allows for some variation in usage post-upgrade rather than any kind of assurance of significant bill reduction. The goal here is really to have, I would say, bill neutrality is really what the expectation should be seen as. So PAYS was pioneered by electric cooperatives and has demonstrated success in many states. This map sort of shows you where PAYS programs are active. There's the green dots, completed, those are the gray squares. Dark states are those that have the Utility Regulatory Commission has approved or been ordered to approve a pay-as-you-save tariff. The others are ones in which tariffs are being considered, or there's some kind of due diligence going on. There's been about $50 million invested by 23 utilities, 10 states. So over about the last 20 years, 700 municipal buildings principally have been upgraded. So there's been quite a lot of experience with the model, which has generated useful and important data about its performance. And although Missouri was a pioneer in investor and utility adoption, really, of this, especially for residential applications. Eversource Energy had been doing it for municipal, but that was it. And so we're seeing new programs that have been proposed by Duke in North Carolina. ComEd and Ameren in Illinois have been, there's a statute that's requiring that they implement programs based on pay-as-you-save. And in California, both PG&E and Southern California Edison, as well as Silicon Valley Clean Energy and others, have proposed programs that largely follow this model as part of the clean energy financial rulemaking. So the pioneering work of the electric cooperatives has demonstrated success in many states and given us some indication of really the potential of this model. And I just want to draw your attention here to the lines that are highlighted in yellow, particularly Ouachita Electric Cooperative. Here you see, and Roanoke Electric Cooperative, where although they're small utilities, they've reached rather a significant fraction of their customer base with their programs. And I don't have on here Midwest Energy, but they've reached over 8% of their customers in about 10 years with their program. And the typical investment sizes that these programs have been supporting for the utilities is on the order of about $6,000 to $7,000, sometimes more, sometimes less. I also want to draw your attention to two other things. One is the offer acceptance rate here, which is, in the case of MEEIA, is an average across both offers that have co-payments and offers that have no upfront cost. So it's about 75%. And then for Ouachita and Roanoke, we have two numbers here. One is the number without, if there's no co-payment, and if there is a co-payment, and those two numbers are somewhat different. But you'll see you get 90% with the co-payment. I actually think that let me just correct myself here. This should say 62% overall, 66% overall. Those are not, so one is completely and one is without a co-payment. So it's inclusive of both. The last thing I want to draw your attention to here is the lines of the charge-offs. And what you can see here is that, so this is just essentially investments that have to be written off for some reason. And one of the things about a pay-as-you-save model is because it's linked to the metered location, it transfers, or at least can transfer automatically with notice to successor customers. And as a result, should someone fail to pay and they vacate the location, the next customer simply takes over payment since they're benefiting from the value of the upgrades. So as a result, you don't have the kind of write-offs that you would get with a loan product. The net result here is that you pretty much only have a charge-off by the utility off their balance sheet if the location is destroyed. So in the case of Roanoke, one is a hurricane, one is a fire, and in one case, the home was literally stolen. Okay. I've included on these slides a couple slides in this deck, a couple of slides to just provide you with more resources to learn more about PAYS. I'm not going to go over them. The only one I will note here is that EPA launched a resource hub for inclusive utility investment, which is the term they introduced as a kind of non-trademarked version or reference for pay-as-you-save because they're restricted in the use of trademarked terminology. And they have this whole resource hub. There's a link here for it. Here are other links also to some of the websites for the Missouri investor and utility programs, as well as more detailed technical peer-reviewed papers and other related valuable resources. Okay, so up front, I noted that you shouldn't believe the hype about the IRA rebates, that on their own, they may be rescued for public disappointment and anger. And I'd like to say I don't enjoy being a wet blanket, but I guess maybe I do a little bit in this case. But just to be absolutely frank here, you know, I'm sure you've all seen on various newsletters, websites, right, presentations, you know, a lot of numbers being thrown around that you might think everybody's going to get, you know, and have access to this sort of generous IRA rebate to upgrade their home. You know, there's $14,000 max rebates. You know, there's thousands of dollars of tax credits. You know, you can get up to $8,000 for a heat pump, and so forth. You know, total incentives almost $20,000. It's not that these aren't true. That in theory a person could have access to these things, but the question is how much money is really available. And my fear here, our fear, is that we're creating unreasonable expectations within both our own community and the public at large. And that in fact, because access is going to be extremely limited, we're going to have a lot of disappointed people. And disappointed people whose expectations are not fully realized tend to become irate. So looking at the left here, the total dollars available are really a lot less than you would think, right? Combined, the home electrification, home electric appliance rebate, and the home energy efficiency rebate programs have available just shy of $9 billion. Missouri's share of that for both programs is about $150 million. Now, the state is allowed to use 20% of that for program administration. We're just going to assume that they do use, in fact, the full 20%. That leaves $120 million available for the entire state for these rebates. That is an average of $48 per Missouri household. Okay. Now, of course, the rebates don't come in increments of $50. In fact, the sort of smallest increment that you can sort of expect these rebates to be dispersed in is about $500. And were Missouri to cap rebates at $500, let's say, or that was the average, about just shy of 250,000 Missouri households would be able to benefit from the rebate. So that's just shy of 10% of all Missouri households. Now, in terms of, that sounds like a high number, but in terms of frequency, that's less than 1 in 10. So imagine you find out that when you go to ask for a rebate, it's not available. You might not know anyone who got a rebate, or you might know one person on your block that got a rebate. But it actually sort of gets worse than that, because the probable average size rebate is more likely to be about $2,000, given that the home's rebates are $2,000 or $4,000. Sorry, the home efficiency rebates, and the home electrification electric appliance rebates are up to $8,000 for a heat pump. You can anticipate, and many thousands for other upgrades, to anticipate that we could be seeing something much closer to about $2,000 per rebate. At that level, you're talking about 60,000 households only that are going to actually benefit from these rebates, which is shy of 2.5%, which is less than 1 in 40. So you might not even know if somebody on your block, right, in your kind of smaller neighborhood, who benefits from a rebate. And if there are a few entities that are really primed to take advantage of these rebates when they hit the ground. And they're really good at getting the maximum amount of the rebate for the people that they are serving. And I'm calling this the gold rush scenario. So that everybody who's getting a home electric appliance rebate is getting the full $14,000. And even people who are 80 to 100% AMI can get almost $14,000. And that everybody who's getting a home efficiency rebate is getting $4,000. Then you're looking at a maximum of about 20,000 households that could benefit from this, which is less than 1%. And in fact, it's less than 1 in 130 households in Missouri would benefit from the rebate. Okay, so I said earlier that, Missouri's really been in the vanguard, and there are always pluses and minuses to being in the vanguard. One of the things is you often encounter problems first, and that you then have to figure out how to solve and resolve. And, the Missouri investor and utilities were really, I think, courageous in making these moves, and they have, in fact, had some of these encounters. But those lessons that they've learned are very important and sort of highlight the potential value of IRA rebates. So what you're looking at here is Evergy's PAYS program pilot results as reported at the end of last year for the period through September of 2022. And what you're looking at here are basically phases of a participant's journey. Enrollment, then if they pass the enrollment phase and they are recontacted, site visit, an energy audit, and if the energy audit results in positive results, it's a cost-effective upgrade offer, and then the customer either accepts or rejects the offer, and upgrades are installed at the home. So although you do see a significant drop-off in the online enrollment versus site visit, that was due to some very specific circumstances, which are really have been resolved and are going to be further resolved by some sort of auto scheduling. So that element has been dealt with. The occurrences at the energy audit and cost-effective upgrade stages, some of those are structural things that cannot be changed, and some are those that can be improved somewhat. But you'll notice that the biggest factor here that's going to have an impact, no matter how good a job you do in the earlier stages, is the offer acceptance rate, which we call the conversion rate, which in the case of Evergy's initial program was about 13%. Now those numbers have improved somewhat. They're now up between 20 and 25%. Now let's just contrast this with typical acceptance rates, which are about 80 to 90%, right, when there's a no-cost offer. And when there's a co-payment, they're typically around 50%. Sometimes they can be higher, sometimes lower, depending on the kind of income of the households to which that offer is being made. The reason that this conversion rate is so poor is because the average copay at present for the Evergy program and the other IOU programs is on the order of $6,000. So that's after the investment. So this copay is about 3 times higher than the average for all other programs that were evaluated, and LB&L did an evaluation that they published last year. And they're all around $2,000. Some are a little bit less than that. So this is just the data from Evergy, so you can see it. The thing I want to just highlight here, because you can see the numbers a little better, is that even though they stopped their marketing after just a couple of weeks because the response was so overwhelming, Evergy had 2,000 enrollees in their program. But of course, because of all of this attrition, they all had only upgraded about 100 homes. So what we see here, though, is a tremendous potential for much higher volumes if you can solve this problem of very high attrition, particularly at the offer, at the initial offer, at that final offer stage. Okay. So why are HVAC copays so high in Missouri? So the initial data that we've collected with assistance from utility is that the problem is an excessive retail markup. So what you're looking at here is a table showing pricing for furnaces, a furnace plus AC, so HVAC upgrades, efficient furnace plus AC, or a heat pump with 3 different sort of sizes. And the first blue column shows you the wholesale equipment price. And this is from just an online wholesaler. So they're contemporary. The next 2 columns, the green column shows you the average prices that utility is paying for this equipment installed in Arkansas, Virginia, and North Carolina, and other programs that they manage. And you can see that they're, on the order of $6,000 to $7,000. In Missouri, it's $8,000 to $9,000. And the markups that are implied, a typical markup retail for historically for HVAC is between sort of 20 and 40%, with 35 being kind of a rule of thumb that many people use. And what you can see here is that that's in fact what you do see for the Arkansas, Virginia, and North Carolina programs. But what we see for retail markup over equipment cost in Missouri is that those markups are double or more, in some cases triple what is typical. And we have confirmed that the kind of prices for equipment are not that different in Missouri. It means that almost the entirety of the difference we're seeing is in retail markup. And James noted, I think it was James, that there's a shortage of installers, and that's contributing to this, but probably not the only factor. Okay. So we believe that a short burst of IRA rebate dollars could be sufficient to provide leverage to transform PAYS into like a major engine for Missouri's clean energy future and economic renaissance. And the reason is, as you kind of might intuit, given the size of the copayments, is that the IRA rebate can make up the difference and reduce those copayments to something much smaller or to nothing. So what you're looking at here is just an example using the home electric appliance rebate program, but this could apply pretty much also to a similar degree to the home efficiency rebate program. And basically what the pay-as-you-save programs can do, but aren't yet doing currently in Missouri, is they can cut program costs in 2 ways. One is that savings can be converted into an investment by the utility. And the other is that because the programs have the potential to do this volume pricing for both labor and materials, they can get a significant volume pricing discount. It's typically been on the order of about 30%. So this figure is just showing you, like right now, the average cost of a heat pump in a study done by Carbon-Trich of 125 households after rebates was $14,000. So even if you get the most generous of the home electric appliance rebates, which means you're less than 80% of area median income, you still have a $5,000 gap in what you would need in order to actually pay for a heat pump. And we're even assuming that you get a $1,000 state or utility rebate here. So what that means is that you're not going to be, if you're a lower income person, you cannot actually get that heat pump. You're not going to be able to take advantage of that rebate. Even if you're a middle income person, you might not be able to. But if in fact you are doing this through a pay-as-you-save program, well, now the price is dramatically lower. And as a result, you actually can either pay nothing upfront, or if your incentive is only on the order of $4,000, you're going to have a much lower copay, less than $2,000. And so you see, again, much higher acceptance rates. So looking like specifically at the Missouri programs, utility recognized that there was a problem with not getting reasonable pricing from contractors in Missouri. So they were able to convince a contractor from Virginia to get licensed in Missouri and to offer them essentially Virginia pricing in Missouri. So already they've been able to reduce the expected average copay roughly on the order of $1,700. And so instead of being $6,000, it's closer to $4,500. The utilities and utility also, of course, have recognized that there's potential for doing bulk purchasing on the equipment side, and are in discussions about that. And those are proceeding. Should they succeed, you could see an additional improvement. We're estimating a sort of total improvement, a reduction in cost of about $3,000 from volume pricing, giving you a $3,000 sort of gap remaining. Now, let's put a home energy efficiency rebate incentive on that. I said 4,000, it should be 3,000 here, but 4,000 is the max. And we would then have no upfront cost. And you saw earlier that no upfront cost to the customer means now we're going to see 90% acceptance rate instead of 15 or 20. So we're looking at, 4 or 5-fold increase in the volume, the throughput of the program, and thousands of households coming through every year, just at the current capacity, with more potentially in future. So what happens if, let's just say 25% of Missouri home energy rebates of $4,000 each are applied to PAYS upgrade offers? Well, what that would mean is that about 7,500 upgrades through the PAYS program would be now no-cost upgrades. Let's imagine if that occurs in a single year. It would require utility investment at the current levels of about $30 million. And we already said we have about $35 million worth of approved investment. So this is a totally realizable scenario. And moreover, the program would now be in a position that would be purchasing, thousands of units of actual product and thousands of units of installation. That then puts the program in a position to be able to negotiate much better volume pricing, obviously. It also will mean that they'll have data that will enable them to determine what is the relationship between a copayment and likelihood of acceptance. And so now it can put out a bid to contractors that say, we will guarantee or give, some range of installs, between, let's say, 100, 150, whatever, or 1,000 to 2,000, 5,000 to 10,000 on a given, if you give us a certain price for installation or a certain price for installation plus equipment. So that becomes a very different dynamic than just asking people to kind of sign up your program without any idea of what kind of volume they're going to be getting in exchange for the volume pricing that they're providing. Now, 7,500 sounds like a large number, like a reasonably large number for a year, but in fact, it's only about 4% of sort of what we estimate is the annual AC and heat pump sales in Missouri, which is about, most of which are going to be replacement. And so the program would want to grow that number annually, both to maintain its pricing power and obviously to be able to ultimately provide this kind of price benefits to all of Missouri households. But we're talking about, the benefits to the customer, right now from the volume pricing that we're talking about, are on the order of the benefits of the utilities investment. So Missouri households are getting an additional $4,000 of value just from these pricing discounts in this initial scenario. And the expectation is that they could get even greater value as the program's volume increases. So this is a tremendous boon to the economy. These are mostly people that were going to have to buy a new HVAC system in any case, and now they're going to be able to get one at much lower cost. And in fact, will, in those cases where they would have had to take out debt, they'll be avoiding that debt as well. So there's additional costs that they won't have. So that's just new money that's now going to be available and spent in the Missouri economy. and that will amount to hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. So just to recap, Missouri is uniquely positioned to blaze a trail to clean energy future by braiding IRA rebates, and could become kind of the shining star for the whole country, because only you are positioned to kind of combine PAYS and IRA right now. Don't believe the hype. The IRA rebates themselves, without being combined with inclusive investment, are not going to, in fact, be that transformative, and in fact could be could create a lot of public anger and disappointment. Combining with PAYS has a strong potential to accelerate and cut costs and risks of residential clean energy investment for all households, and give the Missouri programs the leverage that they need, right? That the programs actually need this little boost, need to be able to demonstrate their potential, what they can do when they have low copays to no copays, in order to gain the market leverage to continue to negotiate that in the future. And that you should take advantage of this, what's a small amount of money for the whole population as a whole, could have a tremendous benefit for the PAYS program. And it doesn't need to be all of the rebate dollars, but it should be a significant amount. The final thing I'll say here is that everything I just said about the Pay As You Save program, some of that also carries over to the weatherization program. That weatherization programs don't typically do HVAC upgrades. And in this case, what we could see is a very large portion of the weatherization assistance program funded upgrades could now have HVAC included in them. And that could also, again, give the HVAC program more leverage to negotiate volume pricing. In fact, could combine even with the Pay As You Save program to get even better pricing on equipment. Probably not labor, since they do their own installations typically. So, and you want households that are energy burdened, highly energy burdened, or curtailing energy use, or need structural improvements to have grant-based programs rather than pay-as-you-save programs where that can be possible, or at least combine them. That is everything I have to say. And I think rather than take questions now, I'm going to turn over to Jill, and then if there's time at the end, we can take questions. Jill?
Thanks, Stephen. I'll go quick so we can take questions. I'm going to talk a little bit about how California has been inspired by Missouri, and they're now combining their inclusive utility investment program that's underway in a rulemaking with their IRA rollout. So the way that this happened is back in 2020, they started a rulemaking called the Clean Energy Finance Rulemaking at the CPUC. And full disclosure, I'm a PhD student at Stanford, but I work part-time at the CPUC on this proceeding. So I was first tasked with helping them find good examples across the nation, and their impetus for trying to find an inclusive financing program was, one, they have a statute in California, SB 100, that requires them to decarbonize by 2045. And when they did an analysis at the California Energy Commission, they found that they had no sort of financial mechanism with which to help all of the 14 million homes in the state decarbonize. So there was this big gap of, we have renters, we have low income folks, we have people who can't qualify for a loan, because of credit issues, and affordability is a major concern with rates in California and housing. And so how are we actually going to upgrade and electrify 14 million homes? So they opened the rulemaking as a decarb program to try to find financing for decarb. And they identified Missouri's program, one, because one of the SVCE, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, which is a CCA in PG&E's territory, had adapted it to the California context. And the commission liked it because they saw that it's uniquely accessible to renters, low income, but also for higher income folks too. It doesn't exclude anyone because it's using universal basic, essential service tariff authority. And they decided that the consumer protections that it had, as listed in the EPA's website on minimum consumer protections, were very unique and very different than past programs. There was a lot of fear at the commission about RPACE, Residential Property Assessed Clean Energy. Even though there had been reforms to that program, there were still sort of some fundamental rules that they didn't separate contractors from the home assessment. You know, there's a lot of conflict of interest there. And they had already had issues with RPACE in their state. LA County ended up banning it. So they were really afraid of trying anything new. They were also afraid of doing loan programs. So they've sort of settled on this, what Missouri did, which is they got all their, you know, IOUs together in a room to look at a statewide program to do pay as you save or inclusive utility investment. And since this rulemaking is still ongoing, I can't tell you exactly how they've kind of come to the end, but they're close. And then in the middle of that, IRA comes out, and they realize that this could be a good synergy because California is very different than the southern states in the US climate-wise that had initially done pay as you save, that had really good outcomes as far as like bill savings, or at least bill neutrality, because it's a milder climate in California than it is in the Southeast. And there's a lot of homes that don't have AC here as a result. And so if we are electrifying, adding AC, you know, the bill is going to go up. And also there's probably going to be higher copays than in the other states. So sort of a similar issue to what Missouri is seeing now. And so for that reason, they were like, oh, well, let's combine the IRA incentives with all of our existing state incentives to be used to buy down the upfront cost before rolling someone into a pays program, so that we have, you know, less and less copay. And so the mechanism that's going to finalize that is SB 755, which has passed the Senate Energy Committee. It's passed through appropriations. It's expected to pass the House and become law. It requires the California Energy Commission, which is their state energy office, to build a one-stop shop platform in collaboration with the CPUC to combine the IRA rebates with all state programs, like rate assistance programs, like their CARE program that just takes a certain % off of low-income homes' bills, but also other rebate and incentive programs, utility incentive programs, local incentive programs, because they're different all over, and then also the financing programs. And pays would be included in that. And the one-stop shop would not necessarily be just a consumer-facing tool. It is allowed to be public, people can interact with it, but it's actually more of a back end for the state and the utilities to pre-qualify households using data the state already has, because they'll have the qualification criteria for every state and federal program. And they also have income data for homes. They can estimate, pre-qualify, auto-fill applications for everybody, stack everything that a household's eligible for, so that when they do send a contractor or a program operator, on a truck roll to the home, that person already knows everything that household probably qualifies for before even going. And so that's the goal, is a sort of a one-stop shop for rate assistance, for weatherization assistance program federally, IRA, but also all the state and local. And in doing so, they caught the attention after they introduced SB 755 of Nevada, because Nevada is in the opposite end spectrum of California in that its energy office is really small and understaffed. And, you know, compared to California that has like 700 people working at their energy office, Nevada has less than 10. And so as they look for IRA coming down the pipeline, even though they're not considering pays or IUI, they see this capital stacking tool as a way to help them have capacity to distribute it. Now, the other thing that California and Nevada are now partnering on is how this tool can be used for equitable order of distribution. So it's, at first, it's a practical tool, right, for getting these monies out. But the other thing that came to their attention was the work of Dr. Tony Reams, who is tenured at University of Michigan, but now works at the Department of Energy as Deputy Director of Energy Justice. His work showed that in all rebate program history, it's the higher income folks that use them most, right? It's not the lowest income, even with means testing, right? It's the higher income that uses them because they're the ones with more capital to pay for the rest that the rebates don't cover. And so they're afraid that even with this capital stacking tool, it'll be sort of gobbled up by those who need it least. So the idea is to also order households in this tool by their disadvantaged community status, other indicators. That way that the state can also see who qualifies, but who needs it most, and market these are all the programs you qualify for to those zip codes first, in hopes that the IRA monies go to those where it would really make a difference. So I'll pause there and get to questions, and I can go into more depth.
Great, thanks, Jill. Yeah, just open it up, free range for anybody. I think Cade, looks like your hand's up.
I've looked at PAYS programs throughout my career, and I was noticing on your map. So Iowa used to have a requirement and since dropped it. Massachusetts, Vermont, and a few other states through the implementation of TRMs. And the reasons behind that were the cost effectiveness standards for implementing heat pumps and high efficiency equipment. The PAYS programs added significant cost without adding any additional savings. And so they failed out of the cost effectiveness programs, but then they were applied to low income. And one of the issues that we ran into was none of the banks were willing to underwrite the program because of very high default rates of non-payment and the interest costs. I imagine they would be more today than they were then. This was probably 6 or 7 years ago. The interest costs were rather high. Have we figured out ways to adjust for that in the modern incarnations of the PAYS programs?
So I think you might be conflating property assessed clean energy programs with pay as you save programs. As far as I know,
pay as you save.
Because we're not aware of any attempts to actually implement pay as you save programs I mean, Vermont has something now that's basically like an analogous to almost identical to pay as you save, but beyond that, maybe these are internal to these commissions, but typically, right, like we now cap, or none of the programs are charging more than 3% cost of capital. And when they're charging more than 3% cost of capital, they're collecting the rest of it from the rate base. Like, so that's in Missouri, it's effectively that. It's a little more complicated, but essentially recognizing the value, especially for the electric utilities of the grid services that are provided by the peak load reduction and efficiency, you get the rest of the rate base paying it. But of course, they're getting a equivalent resource if it's managed properly. And instead of having to pay the full cost of capital and the full recovery of the capital itself, both return of capital and return on capital, they're only paying a fraction of that, and the remainder is
right. So, like, that was the reason Iowa dropped it primarily, was that it required the subsidization of other classes to make the cost of capital whole, or to even make the interest rate whole at the banks through the energy efficiency program.
Yeah,
and that is prohibited in Iowa to shift that cost from one group to the other. I just want to make sure that we understand that's a part of this. Is, a loan isn't equal to affordability, right? Just because someone can buy something on a credit card doesn't mean they can afford it. And the PAYS program, we are helping these low income customers, but they pay it back through their savings. That requires two things: one, that the savings be high enough to pay it back, and two, that they can afford to do so. And that's not always the case. And when it's not the case, then the other customers or someone, money is not magic. It doesn't appear out of a pot. Somebody has to pick up those costs.
Yeah, so a couple of things, I guess I would say. One is that we don't actually recommend, and I think that this is true for the Missouri utilities, that this be positioned as a low income program. Like, it's not really most appropriate for a low income household because it doesn't provide immediate chronic energy burden reduction, right? It can provide
I think I lost.
Did we lose? Yeah, I think what he was getting ready to say is the territories in which I think it was Georgia that did this first, where Georgia Power and a muni tried to just restrict it to low income. And those were less successful, had higher program administration costs than the programs where they did all incomes and didn't restrict in any way. And can you just say again for what you were talking about, Kate? It's what state was this, and what was the program administrator of this program that we haven't heard of?
So Iowa had it back in 2013, and then it didn't pass cost effectiveness. The overhead was too much, and the savings, additional savings per measure, obviously. It was decided by VEIC, which is the administrator, the corporation that evaluated it, that there were no additional savings other than the actual measure. And so it couldn't pass the cost effectiveness test. So it was limited to low income, which is exempt from cost effectiveness thresholds. But then the default rate was so high that the three banks that did administer it all pulled out and refused to re-up their contracts to administer the program.
And what utility was it?
Interstate Power and Light, Black Hills, and Mid-American.
Interesting. Okay.
And I was personally involved in approaching banks, and I must have spoken to hundreds of them to get the underwriting that was required to run the program, and I just couldn't do it. It didn't happen, and the board would not allow the utility to direct fund it because of the subsidy problem.
Right. Yeah. I'd like to see the tariff from this program if you still have it.
I don't. It's been several years since I left those programs, and those tariffs have changed many times.
There are some programs that they didn't adhere. This is the reason the EPA actually did a inclusive utility investment webpage. Is some programs called themselves pay as you save, or on bill repayment, tariffed on bill, or in even some cases on bill financing when they weren't. Right, there was a lot of conflating in those early days. There were some South Carolina programs that did that. There were a number of programs that said they were, when their tariffs did not adhere to the pay-as-you-save rules. So that's the one thing that I want to just look at. Right, it's like I thank you for sharing this example, but I just want to make sure the tariff does follow those minimum consumer protections and rules, because there's so many ways, if they don't adhere to one thing, that the whole program can go down, right? There's a lot of poison pills, and usually they're things that you wouldn't think, they're things that implementers or contractors can see right off, but like policymakers can't. So
I was also interested
thanks for that, Kay.
In your the other program where you were talking about the utility direct buying equipment at a lower cost and moving, can you explain that a little bit more to me from the perspective of the utility being in the business of actually buying this equipment, and then the costs of logistics and distribution and acquiring a contractor who's willing to install equipment that's not his own? How does that work? I'm very unfamiliar
like volume
with
pricing. Volume pricing. Okay, I'll do a quick answer on this, and then I'm going to jump to Julie's question in the chat. And I think we're getting some feedback on the call.
That was the end of my question, so I'm going to mute in case it was me, but hopefully that.
No, I don't think they muted. Okay, thanks, Kate. So the volume purchasing, like for example, SMUD did this and got like 30% off, all of their HVACs, where they're going to get capital to buy anything, right? Because they're going to be capitalizing things as a utility. They just decide to put out a bid for quotes, buying in volume. So it's just like the way in which they ask for quotes is different. They're going to do an analysis of ranking their meters per, energy use per square foot, so intensity, doing an assessment of how many they think that they want to do for grid value reasons, how many they think are reasonable for the program operator in a year, and then they put out a bid for quotes on, procuring that many. And they also pre-negotiate, at least in utilities perspective, their past programs. They're not only convening the manufacturers, distributors, and contractors, they're talking about labor too. It's not just equipment. So because the contractors are not a part of pay as you save until the very last step. They're like qualified contractors who are sitting in a queue just waiting to be fed already sold jobs. They have no cost of customer acquisition. They're not having to go around and do sales anymore and give bids and quotes. They're basically signing up with the utility to be on call for the pay as you save program. And so the program operator who acts on behalf of the utility convenes the manufacturers, the contractors, and they get to a fixed, volume price on both the equipment and the labor as a result. And then once the program implementer does the home assessment, they figure out what's cost effective for each little snowflake of a home, and they already have the prices, right? They can immediately come up with a scope of work. They then send that to the contractors waiting in queue to go and do and execute upon that scope of work. I hope that helped. Can give more details later. To really answer your question, you have to look at the documents that go between all these parties, right? The contracts. But to Julie in the chat, you said the one-stop shop sounds like a great model for other states, and is legislation the best approach? How is Nevada pursuing their version? Great question. Legislation is not needed. The only reason California did legislation is to make it an urgent priority, because they moved so many bills through. They had the capacity to do that, and they wanted to get their CEC on it before the DOE rules come out. SB 755, this one-stop shop concept has been submitted into the Department of Energy's request for information on IRA fund distribution. So it is possible that other states could see a version of SB 755 imposed upon them as like a DOE standard, but I doubt they'll go that far. I don't know how prescriptive the DOE will get with how funds should be more equitably distributed. So that remains to be seen, but they at least have that in a response to their RFI. Nevada's not going to do legislation. Nevada is simply going to get their CEC working on using whatever California builds and pilots and customizing it for their own state. And other states can do the same. Any other questions if we still have time?
See, Stephen just got back on. Jill just kind of picked up where you dropped off, Stephen. Is there anything else for Stephen and Jill while we got him?
Oh, and Matt, did you want to add anything, or is that we missed?
No, I think maybe just additionally, yeah, Kay, thank you for mentioning those details. I'm excited and interested to look into that past program too. I wanted to clarify a couple things. Jill was mentioning that on-bill financing as an umbrella term was sort of yesteryear terminology that often referred to loan programs, which function very differently than inclusive utility investment, which was sometimes called on-bill tariff or tariff on-bill programs. So the inclusive utility investment website that EPA maintains helps distinguish those and clarify some of the important differences about those. And the other point I think that's maybe inherent, or 2 points. One is that PAYS programs, especially without complementary funding, are best suited to really target like high energy user households. Jill hinted at this, talking about the need for supplementary funds when you're looking at like mild climates. But high energy users are really the best target, kind of regardless of other characteristics. And second is that to be cost effective and not have high item costs, these programs need to reach some level of scale because the program operator and implementer has some startup costs in administering, but those can really be defrayed by the levels of scale that pay-as-you-save programs are able to achieve in the right conditions with those very high conversion rates and offer acceptance rates that Stephen shared in the presentation. So those are just a couple of additional points. And yeah, happy to follow up offline with folks as well. Thanks.
All right, anybody got anything else before we wrap up this morning session? All right, well, I appreciate it, and I believe all presenters have made their contact information available, so encourage others to follow up with presenters with all the good information they provided. So with that, we will call it good for the morning and pick back up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. All right, guys, I'm showing 1 o'clock. Danielle, I think I saw you were on.
Yep. Hi, I'm here.
Excellent. While we give maybe a couple minutes for others to sign back on, are you going to be able to share your slides, or do you need us to pull them up?
I can share them. I just won't be able to see if there's any comments, I think, if questions, if those come up.
Okay, I can keep an eye on those.
Great.
All right, I think we can get going if you can get your slides shared, Danielle.
Yeah.
Cool. We can see the screen. So yeah, whenever you're ready, if you want to give a brief introduction of yourself and take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Danielle Walker. I'm with the Department of Energy within the state and community energy programs. I am on the IRA home rebates team. We're a small team, slowly growing bit by bit, that are developing the program requirements, recommendations, and all the associated documents for sections 50122 and 50121, the home efficiency and home electrification and appliance rebates programs. So I think a lot of you have seen some version of this presentation before. And I saw that this topic was also touched on a little bit earlier this morning, so I apologize if there's a little bit of redundant information. But I will just kind of cruise through this overview and stop me if you have any questions. So just going to cover today, what is this new SCEP office? What are these IRA rebate programs, in case you're still not aware of what these are. Go through the timeline as we kind of know it today. It's always a little bit in flux, and some of the next steps, and then kind of lay out what we're seeing as some of the key issues, and if there's any discussion around those. So as I said, I'm part of the state and community energy programs known as SCEP. It's a new office established last January. And if you've heard others higher up in the organization talk about SCEP, they've talked about it all being about deployment. And so the EERE department still really about R&D and innovation and tools, and then the SCEP office now really about deployment and implementation of programs. So SCEP was created to implement and deploy nearly $16 billion in programs out of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. When I started back in September, Mike Lee said, you can refer to them as Uncle Bill and Uncle Ira if you want. And so this is my visual of the bills, of the statutes that were passed. So how does that money kind of all get parsed out, that $16 billion? This bubble chart kind of captures where that money is going and in proportion. So it's going to all kinds of efforts, from schools to loans to bringing back the EECBG program, which was very popular, the Energy Future Grants, codes, nearly $1 billion for codes, adding another $3.5 billion to the Weatherization Assistance Program on top of the near $300 million annually that it already gets. And then that big blue bubble in the bottom is what we're here to talk about today, the $8.8 billion for home energy rebates. So the home energy rebates is really a kind of catch-all umbrella term that we've named this program for the $8.8 billion. But really, it's two separate statutes, two completely separate funding pots of money, and we'll have two separate requirements and applications that will need to be submitted. And so within that umbrella program is the home efficiency rebates, known as HOMES. That's $4.3 billion for whole home retrofits. And on the other side is the home electrification and appliance rebates. There's many acronyms floating out around about this program. Some call it HERA. Internally, we've been shifting a little bit more to the HERE program. That's $4.5 billion for installing efficient electric equipment in homes. And this has a low to moderate income qualification at or below 150% AMI. And of that, there is also $225 million that's allocated for tribes. Those program requirements will also be coming out separately from the state requirements. Okay, so diving into each of those programs just a little bit more, I think you heard a lot probably about the measured earlier today. I saw Carmen was on the agenda, so I won't spend a ton of time here, but for these programs, you've got modeled, measured, and electrification. So within 50121, the modeled and measured. Modeled is all about a estimate, providing rebates based on an estimate. Sorry, hold on just a second. Okay, we'll see if that's better. An estimate of savings that's based on calibrated historical energy use, and that needs to be consistent with BPI 2400 and needs to maintain a minimum of, needs to achieve a minimum of 20% energy savings. We also have the measured path, which you can think of more like a pay for performance path that needs to achieve at a portfolio level a minimum of 15% energy savings from a home or a portfolio of homes. And then, of course, electrification, which adds its own little complexities in the statute, that there's both income verification and these rebates need to be available at the term point of sale. There's an Energy Star minimum for those appliances. There are individual rebates up to $8,000, with each home having a $14,000 cap. And then just a little bit more about details that go across provisions. So these apply to both single family and multifamily. The payments generally double for low and moderate income homes, low income being defined as 80%, less than 80% of area median income, and moderate being 82, that's a typo, 150% of area median income. There is a prohibition on combining rebates, so you cannot spend money out of both 50121 and 50122 on the same single upgrade within a project. And then along with these programs, the statute includes that the secretary shall develop data sharing guidelines because for the modeled and measured program, utility bills and customer energy usage will be an important component of this program. Okay, so that's a just high-level overview of the program itself. I think most people are aware of all of that information, but if there's any questions, I can stop for just a second before I head into the timeline. Okay, so I think many of you were aware of the RFI that was issued back in January. That closed on March 3rd. We received nearly 400 individual responses that totaled, I believe Guidehouse did the math, and it totaled over 2,000 pages worth of content. They did an amazing job summarizing those RFI comments for us, so we were able to digest the information. A lot of good stuff in there. In late March, we issued what we call an ALRD for states to apply and access for up to 2.5% of their administrative funds. States can use up to 20% of the total grant for admin, and they were getting access of up to $5 million. They do need to apply to get that funding. There were some very basic requirements to fill out and some recommendations from DOE on what we would suggest investing in now with that admin money, like hiring staff and exploring existing programs and looking into infrastructure that's needed. We did not recommend that states go into any actual contracting since all of the rules are not established yet. So that came out in end of March. Since then, we have been in a fury to get the program requirements written, which will include all of the additional details and rules needed for states to apply. You can see around here that I feel like this window has kind of slowly been shrinking over time. So I think we used to say, summer to fall and then summer. And now I think that we feel more comfortable saying, sometime, hopefully around July, give or take a few weeks on either end, depending on the review process. This document will go through an extensive review process. We have to be done drafting it by the end of next week. And at which point it will start to go through many layers of review, from the SCEP leadership to the infrastructure office to the secretary, and then the White House and OMB also review it. And then that all comes back down and we make updates, and then we go through that whole process again. So we are nearly what we think is nearly done drafting, but the review process begins, and it will be interesting to see the comments that we receive back, which will impact the timeline, and which is why I think we can't quite nail down an exact date yet. So once those requirements come out, it will be up to the states to take in that information and develop an application that they will then submit to DOE. And then based on that, develop programs and get those programs rolled out. I know that it's a priority of the administration that these programs try to be available by this winter heating season. I think many of us that work in the efficiency implementation program space recognize that that's a big lift, and maybe it's slightly easier for states that are already running these programs and that can start to integrate these programs in. But for states that this is going to be something new, there's a lot of infrastructure and systems and processes to develop, and that could be a big lift for them by the heating season. So we know that this is going to get rolled out differently across the states. Any questions on that?
There was a question come through the chat on a previous slide, actually, and the question is, can you say more about the data sharing guidelines? Is DOE including any provisions that encourage or require utilities to provide data?
Yeah, I will say that, given that there's not a lot of legal space, so we've worked a lot with our legal team and the lawyers to kind of figure out like what is the space that DOE can actually put in any requirements. And given that this data is between the utilities and the states and the implementers, there's not much of a legal role that DOE can play. And so I would say we're really relying, developing guidelines that are going to identify what best practices are, that have a lot of recommendations, that talk about, the importance of that the data has to be, safe and secure, and that, working across a lot of stakeholders, regulatory bodies to get this figured out. So, does that answer your question? Anything else there? Any follow-ups?
I don't see any follow-ups at this point, but I'll let you know if something else comes through. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, these are kind of the buckets of what I see as the really hot topics that are covered in the requirements and the recommendations. So a big focus on creating equitable program design. One of the priorities of the administration and of the SCEP office is to implement the Justice 40 initiative. And so there is a very strong component of equity and reaching disadvantaged communities, and how states are thinking about and are going to braid Justice 40 into their programs. And you'll see that throughout the document. Like was just asked, data access and sharing, another hot topic. We know that it's complicated. There's a lot of stakeholders involved, and I think we really entered into it kind of recognizing that we don't want to make the situation messier and more complicated than it already is, because we know that there's already a lot happening between regulators and states and utilities and implementers. Existing program integration, this is an area that I'm particularly interested in. I came from the utility efficiency program space, and I recognize and am aware that there's a lot of existing systems, infrastructure, trade ally networks, marketing materials. Utilities are a trusted, recognized brand, and have there's a lot of work that has been gone into the past 30 years of developing programs. And so how can we integrate into what already exists and avoid, recreating the wheel or adding an entirely new component to this industry when these funds are not forever funds. Once they're expended, they're gone. Tools and resources, this is an area where DOE is really looking to provide some value. We have gotten a lot of interest in the income verification tool. If we can do something to support that, we are actively looking into that. There's a lot of other resources that we're looking into in terms of data collection, and then even if we can offer, technical assistance and other kinds of program support. Eligible technologies, this one's really just focused on electrification. So what is that list going to be? Is there any detail beyond what's stated in the statute, which is Energy Star minimum? I don't think it actually gets that much more exciting than that. That one might be able to come off the list of hot topics. Estimating and measuring energy savings, very important for 50121, the modeled and measured program. Congress set a high bar for being able to issue rebates, 20% and 15%. To get the higher rebate amounts, you have to go up to 35%. These are very aggressive. And we are trying to look into evaluations of existing programs and best practices and what implementers are currently doing to really understand, what can we provide to states that's already out there to help them make sure that they can are set up to be able to hit these really high thresholds. And then, like I already said, income verification kind of tied into the tools. I think generally people are aware that it's pretty easy to identify homeowners in the less than 80% AMI category. Where it gets tricky is that 80 to 150%. And so I don't know that we've got a ton of, I don't think we found a silver bullet on that one, but we've been exploring different options. Okay.
Could have one more.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, it was at what level is AMI defined? At the state level, county level, census tract, or something else?
Oh, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can get back to you on that. It's in the, I think it's in the statute. I just don't want to get it wrong, so I won't speak off the cuff on that one.
I think that's fair. Did somebody else have something? Thought I heard another question getting ready to be asked.
No. Okay, so yeah, so this is just kind of a summary of kind of some of the questions we've been wrestling with. What's the role for DOE tools? How do we figure out that 80 to 150%? I know self-attestation has come up as a big topic, and how can we balance we've seen are big benefits of self-attestation with risks of fraud, and especially with the program this big, there's going to be a big, focus on if there is fraud within this program. So trying to balance benefits and risks there. I already kind of talked a lot about program integration and how can we effectively braid into existing infrastructure and programs. The modeled programs, BPI 2400, I didn't know anything about it before entering into this team. And so, kind of getting everyone up to speed on utilizing this standard, what tools are out there, who's using it. And, I think if we've been in this space, we know that we've seen low realization rates out of similar modeled programs. And so what are the lessons learned out of those that we can take to improve the realization rates and get higher savings out of these kind of ex-ante estimate modeled programs? Measured programs have been around, but haven't really kind of saturated the market, I would say, with existing programs. And so, what's out there, what are we learning, and how can we take that and incorporate it into any program design requirements we need? And then, yeah, I think generally we've just been, trying to collect a lot of feedback on, what are the other things that we need to know, although it is starting to get down to the wire with writing these rules. And it's been interesting because we can't share these publicly, which I just find fascinating that we're going to do this and have internal review, but then it's going to come out in July or August, and it's kind of going to be what it's going to be. So I know that we're going to be able to go back and make changes if we have to, but what we've heard from the states is that so far that's actually not ideal, because then it's kind of a moving target. And so, really solidifying and kind of working with what we have, at least for a while, until we can really identify the things that might need to be changed. So that's all I have in terms of content. I think I have a few more minutes if there's any other questions. This is the website. Check it out. It's always changing and being updated. And I'm sure there will be a pretty big media press release when this information comes out. So you probably won't miss that.
Danielle, I think Jeff Mark has his hand raised. If you want to go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, Danielle. Have you guys contemplated or considered anything around just building stock with health and safety issues?
Yeah, that's a big one. And I think everyone is disappointed that funding for health and safety related upgrades aren't included in the statute. And so there are limitations there around the funding, federal funding can be used for that, and recognizing that that could be a barrier to some of these retrofits getting done. So I think that's probably where, you know, leveraging non-federal funds and exploring, you know, braiding opportunities is probably going to be the best option.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, have you had an opportunity to work or speak with any other states that have explored that issue at any length?
Yeah, that's a great question from my colleague, Joan Glickman, joan.glickman@hq.due.gov. If you haven't already talked with her, she's our state liaison, and it manages the relationship with the states and with NASIO. And so she would definitely know what state conversations are happening there.
If you wouldn't mind putting her email in the chat box,
Yeah.
I'd be appreciative.
Absolutely. Let me figure out how to.
That's the biggest, I think, challenge with so much of this funding that's got an equitable bent to it, is the structural hurdles that are inherent with this. So if there are states that are at least a little bit farther advanced or exploring alternative funding streams to do that, then I'd be curious to see how they're doing it.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it really does come up every time we give presentations. So I think tapping into NASIO and Joan is a great idea. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anybody else got anything for Danielle while we got her?
Hi, this is Marty Hyman from Division of Energy in Missouri. You mentioned rules. Are you talking more about guidelines? Because I assume rules would have to go through a public comment period.
They will be requirements, so more than just guidelines. So the states will have to develop their programs consistent with those requirements. I'm not sure about public comment, maybe because it's not competitive or a formula grant, or just that it is a grant. I don't know what kind of the nuances of that is, but yeah, they will be requirements that the states will have to apply to.
Okay.
I think I also saw Stephen had his hand raised to ask a question.
Yeah, I wanted to know if you guys knew which definition you're going to use for area median income.
Yes, hold on. I have them. I don't really see anything here beyond what's in the statute. It says HUD calculates median family incomes for areas across, so it looks like we're referring to HUD.
So that would be county level.
I'd have to take your word for that, because that is not my area of expertise in this part of the requirements.
Anything else for Danielle? I'm not hearing anything, Danielle. Appreciate you taking the time to present for us.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and I see Steve on the web. Hi, Steve. Nice to see you. Okay, thank you. reach out if there's any questions, follow-up questions.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, I see you there. Were you going to be able to share your slides, or you need us to pull them up?
We shall find out.
I think looks like it's working. Trying to.
I think that should, can you see that?
Yep, we're seeing slides now.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm hoping this will be a nice little segue from what Danielle's overview, and then kind of circling back to some of the attribution issues. Just to give you all a little background for those of you who don't know, I'm Steve Grover with Evergreen Economics, and my company is the independent auditor for the state of Missouri, and we are hired by the state. We work closely with both evaluation teams, and we just provide an independent review of the savings calculations each year, and we spend time throughout the year talking about different evaluation methods. And one of the big topics that comes up that seems to be quite a bit of our discussions is trying to figure out the question of how to estimate attribution just within the utility programs. And so I wanted to kind of talk through some of those issues. So my official role is auditor, but unofficially I'm kind of here to rain on everybody's parade. It seems like every time I meet, but I'm in Oregon, so we're all pro rain out here. Okay, so just to kind of tee this up a little bit, with both the utility programs, and I've just been referring to these as the HER programs, incentives, because of the big savings targets or requirements by the DOE program, the DOE funds of 15-20% savings or more, it's likely going to be that within an individual house, the rebates from the utility and from HER will be basically covering some of the same measures. And so we have this extra level of trying to disentangle attribution. And if we have an example of like a heat pump, the rebates vary, but let's say that, just for the sake of argument, it's $1,000 or $700, something like that for a typical heat pump. The HER funding for a particular house to get to those targets is also likely going to need to cover a heat pump. It's just very difficult to get that level of savings without it. So if you imagine just, the wider circle here would be maybe all the types of things that the HER program would need to replace or upgrade to get to the savings target. And as a subset of that, there'd be this heat pump, which might also be eligible for a utility incentive. And so not only do we have, so it's a little bit unique in that we don't typically have to worry about in the evaluation about two different sources of money competing for or covering the same rebate. And then there's also just the issue of magnitude. We'll get to in a moment, but just the amount of the rebate being potentially supplied through the HER program is quite a bit higher than what's been typically offered through the utility. So the issue is, if we're asking somebody to try and gauge the influence of these different pots of money, naturally the DOE program would probably get the lion's share of the influence. Now, this is all, we don't know the details of the programs yet, but so this is just some things that I've been thinking about. And for those of the evaluators on the phone, this is just kind of a quick overview about how it's very familiar, but how we go about addressing this issue of attribution with just a standard utility program. Most of the time, we rely on a survey method, we call a self-report survey method, where, and I'll talk about more about that in a second, where we try and estimate both free ridership and spillover to get at net impacts. A small number of programs, a peer comparison, which also has acronym of HER, they use a billing analysis or control comparison group. That's not really going to be relevant here. And then what is relevant is for the low income programs, we usually assume a net to gross ratio of 1, which means that we are just attributing all of the savings to the utility or to the program, or to put it another way, these customers would not have done any of these installations if the program hadn't been available. And so this is kind of the actual questions we ask are a lot more nuanced than this, but the types of questions that we ask somebody is on a survey was, how get them thinking, how important was the program rebate on your decision to buy energy efficient equipment? And then we have questions where we ask them, would you, if the program hadn't been around, if the money hadn't been available, would you have delayed your installation? Would have you scaled the project down a little bit? Or, what's the likelihood, this project would have been done at all if the program hadn't been available? And so, again, this is the questions are more nuanced than this, but we have a variety of questions, and this is we have different scoring algorithms, but this is one of the simpler ones. We ask questions about what the program influence was. We ask, what the likelihood they would have done something else. We ask if there's a delay, how likely would the project been delayed if you didn't have the money. These various survey responses are fed into an algorithm, and we take an average across different scores, and that ends up being the free ridership rate. And then a similar process is used for spillover. So just this graph is too small to really look at, but the idea here is that we get the participant on the phone, we walk them through a series of questions, but also being mindful of the fact that we can't keep somebody on the phone for 30 minutes to really just dig into all the details of a project that was done a year ago or something. But we try and get them in the headspace where they can remember the program and their purchase decision, and then talk about different ways that the program might have influenced their decision. So as I walk through this, you're probably thinking, just what are some of the challenges? And it's difficult enough for somebody to remember, especially if it's a big house remodel where you're making a million decisions. How can you distinguish between two sources of money on the overall project, especially if they're being packaged together and we don't know the details about how the program is going to be implemented? But if it is, one implementer that's really kind of approaching homes and bundling resources and presenting a package, then you can see that it's just going to be difficult for the customer to understand what, disentangle how the things are being influenced. And then, as I mentioned, if the HER program, if that bucket of money is significantly higher, maybe 10 times as high or even more, that's going to likely reduce the perceived influence from the utility program. And it quickly gets more complicated. You can see in the last bullet, for example, if there's a sequence of program awareness where maybe the utility is the one that feeds the household into the larger program, how do you credit that? So these are all just, again, my job to rain on the parade, but we do need to think through about how we're going to deal with this issue of attribution, because it's already complicated and it's about to get a lot more complicated. We've talked a little bit this morning about data sharing. It is going to be very important, I think, for the question of attribution, is to understand which households are receiving the HER rebates, and having that information with enough detail where we can kind of cross match that with the utility data. The issue of coming up with a comparison group is not going to get at the net impact issue, the free ridership component. And then another confounding factor is that it could be possible that some of the measures from the home energy report component are reducing the gross impacts. If you can imagine a scenario where the utility is sending a rebate out for a heat pump, but the HER program has already done a lot of windows and insulation, and so some of the low hanging fruit as far as savings goes is already being accounted for by those measures, then the baseline for the HVAC system will be even higher. So it just kind of quickly gets complicated. And so just a couple, it seems like there's three general areas, and I'm not advocating so much for any of these, but just, one, the possible options as I was thinking through them is we could try and exclude the HER projects from utility programs. That would be the cleanest solution, but as people have mentioned earlier, that ends up pitting, we have this competition between the two programs to start targeting these high savings homes, and that's not really an outcome I think anybody wants. The middle option would be to allow this kind of co-funding of projects, but then use the deemed net to gross value, just kind of recognizing that we're not going to be able to get at this through the normal survey analysis. And that would be a simpler solution. The net to gross ratio, though, should be quite low for the reasons we talked about, the larger scale funding coming from the DOE bucket. And then the last one, as I tried to talk through this, is we could just attempt to use the same methods, the self-report method, and try and disentangle that. But that's, in my opinion, pretty unlikely to be very helpful. But we have some utilities after me, so the evaluation teams are going to talk, and it'll be interesting to hear their perspectives on this problem as well. So that was my just kind of a race through, just teeing up some issues. I think it's great that the group is starting to think about these things sooner rather than later. And the way that the audit team has worked is we have these discussions with the evaluation teams throughout the year and try to come to some agreement about methods prior to the evaluation. So we've done pretty well about being able to come to agreement before the evaluation actually starts. So, okay, so that's kind of my race through the issues. Are there any questions, comments?
Does anybody have anything? Let's see, Jay Luber just raised his hand. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, the question I had is, with the final three options that you showed, is that something that kind of needs to be agreed upon between stakeholders, or it's just up to the evaluator?
I guess that's kind of a policy question. I mean, the way the audit team works is will weigh in on issues, and then the state, the commission, and the utilities will use that as a jumping off point for negotiations. So I'm not sure of the three, Brad, if you have any thoughts about that, but usually with other evaluation methods, it's usually the audit team kind of works with the evaluators and hopefully get to agreement before they do their report. But
yeah, no, I think to kind of piggyback off that, yeah, I would think it would be, mean, this is just the beginning of these conversations. We need to have a lot more of these conversations. But we're getting the ball rolling here, but I think ideally we would be probably in everybody or all stakeholders' best interest to try and come to some sort of agreement prior to the evaluation, because I mean, as you can see, any one of those options could definitely draw some disagreement from certain stakeholders or the other.
Right.
And then if we can avoid that disagreement and going through that whole process of change request and potential hearing and things like that, I think we'd all prefer a route that keeps us from going down that path.
And other states are all going to need to wrestle with this too. So, it's all about being, most efficient with the, spending the money where it's going to do the most good without overspending.
I think I saw Tim. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering in the MEEIA rules 20.094, see if I can get this reference right. I think it's 4.4.k or something like that. But there's actually a paragraph that talks about the handling of funding from other sources, like through tax or governmental credits. So I didn't know if you Steve, or others in the group wanted to talk about, like, how we think that might play a role in how these funding these funds get used.
Tim, what's it say?
I can post it in the chat here in a second, but it says the commission shall approve demand side programs which have a TRC ratio less than 1 if the commission finds the utility has met the filing and submission requirements of this rule, and the costs of such demand side programs above the level determined to be cost effective are funded by customers participating in the demand side programs or through tax or other governmental credits or incentives specifically designed for that purpose to meet requirements as stated in another subsection. I'll post it in the chat, but it's not an exact fit for everything resulting from the IRA, but it might be a fit for things like low-income programs or such. But it's I think the only thing in the MEEIA rules that even comes close to addressing funding sources like this that we're talking about.
And Tim, I believe that's actually something that you'll find in the statute as well at 393.10.754. It's the final section of that, or final sentence of that subsection.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I'd need to think a little bit more, but it sounded like from what you read that was maybe a threshold rule for whether or not a program could be funded. But down the road, when we are doing the net impacts, there's still the issue of how do you parse this out between the two programs, and yeah, well, we'll definitely, I think that's the next step, is to look at least the existing rules and see what guidance there might be there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it solves everything, but maybe it does address one slice of this anyways.
Yeah, and Tim, I think I appreciate that reference, and I think it's something that we can all go back and kind of ponder over. But up to this point, I think it's always been kind of a little more a lucrative portion of the rule, because we've never really had to think much on that. But yeah, maybe it does come in.
Yeah, right. And I don't claim to fully understand that or have the answer for it, but it just seemed like, since it talks about funding, that we should at least bring it up and just kind of think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that. Jeff, did you have something? You might be on mute if you're trying to ask a question. if Jeff did. Yeah, Jeff, you are muted if you are trying to ask a question, but in the meantime, so Steve, I know it's safe to assume, you're not the only one in your industry thinking about this. So when you talk with some of, your peers or other evaluator groups, I mean, are they kind of having these same sort of thoughts or, with your path forwards slide here, is it something that's kind of been talked about in general and getting traction one way or the other?
I'm not sure. And actually, I think the ODC and Guidehouse might have some insights about this. I suspect it's starting to be discussed in Illinois, but I think Missouri is kind of getting out ahead of it more. A lot of states have just moved away a little bit from worrying about attribution as much. So it's not, we're not going to have as many peer states as we might have a few years ago to discuss this, but
yeah, Missouri actually getting ahead of something. That's kind of crazy to hear. Yeah. So maybe I'll just put you on the spot. You or in the notes section of the second option down, you said NTG ratio should be very low. Like, do you have any thoughts on that? Or I mean, I know this is early on and don't want to get anybody too riled up on the call here, but like any sort of range that you've kind of thought about?
Well, I seems like to me if I guess one way to do it would be you could allocate it based on the fraction of funding. If it's 10-to-1 or something, it could be 10% or something like that. But if we're trying to answer the question, would this project have occurred otherwise? And you're talking about the difference between like $14,000 in rebates versus $14,700. It's just having a smaller effect on the overall project. So I don't think, and I guess this is just a point of negotiation, but if we're really trying to get at a percentage share, and if we wanted to just back of the envelope break it out by the amount of funding, then it seems like something like 10% or something like that. But
sure,
I'm sure there'll be many interesting conversations about this down the road.
Anything else for Steve?
Yes, this is Ariel Crowley with Guidehouse. Hi, Steve.
Hey.
Hi, I really appreciate the examples that you're bringing up, like the last one with that stark difference in incentives. I was curious if you've had any similar thoughts with some things that are like tax credits, like where it's $2,000 for a heat pump and maybe the utility is giving more comparable, or it's $400 for a window or something where there's not that big difference, and that $1,000 from the utility could really be the difference in the decision, even if it's less than the tax credit being provided. I don't know if you've thought about that scenario as well.
No, I haven't. I think if it was a tax credit, we might have a little bit better luck with the survey, because it's two different kind of channels that a customer is getting money back. One, it might just be off the project cost, and the other is a deduction or a credit that occurs months later. But yeah, I haven't really. It's the same kind of principle.
Okay.
I think it's just challenging, especially as like if you have a good contractor that's really plugged into the system and is able to present the customer with a bid. that shows, here's the initial price, here's the utility rebate, here's the tax credit. Sometimes that just, there's not a whole lot of time that the customer's spending thinking about it. So it just makes it all that much more difficult.
Yeah, I think generally contractors are not listing tax credits. My experience as a homeowner is that they're mentioning them, but not listing any numbers because of the liability. They're saying they're not tax professionals. They do not want to put anything on an invoice that seems like an assurance because, taxes are so complicated. So I don't actually think that scenario is that likely where it's being listed simultaneously with the utility program, but I have only limited experience with that. But I think that's a really good point. So because it's two different avenues, it may be very distinct in the customer's mind, is what you're thinking. Okay. And then if I could ask a second question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I just want to clarify, and I missed the morning session, apologies. We're chatting here about 2024, right? Because at least my understanding is the net to gross values for 2023 are deemed. Has that been raised today already?
It has not been raised. I guess that's not up to me. I think if the current ones were applied, I think that they'd be far too high, but that's more of a policy decision about whether this necessitates a change to the net to gross ratios that are in place right now or not. So
yeah, sorry. Okay, I was looking more for confirmation, but it sounds like that's a broader discussion. So thank you for that insight, Steve.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, did you have something?
So if I understand correctly, really there's three potential streams then. I mean, you've got the IRA, you've got utility funds, but you've also got the tax breaks too on top of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, maybe contractors aren't signaling to their clients that they can get a tax break, but you can get a tax break even with the rebate from the federal government. So I mean, like the combination of all three. I mean, for at least for those families that are paying taxes, I mean that would be a decent amount.
Yeah, and it just, if you're able to get a tax break in addition to the rebates, it just it's just more money that's kind of piling up away from the utility side. It's just, contributing. It's just more external. It's more of the projects are being driven by non-utility sources, at least in the example that I put forward. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Couple more questions. Jay, did you have another question?
Yeah, you mentioned attribution being less of a concern in certain states. Would you say that that trend has been more so in deregulated states?
That's a good question. I don't know if it seems like it should be. I guess off the top of my head, I don't really. I don't know offhand if it's more prevalent in deregulated states or not. In some places, they're moving more towards deemed net to gross ratios, or they're just able to. Well, I don't really know on a state by state basis about the regulations.
That's fair. Thanks.
Sure.
I think a couple more questions. Jay, did you have a question still?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I completely agree. It's complicated, and the fact that we don't know the details, the question of Illinois came up earlier. The discussion was started there, but then actually tabled just because the details are not known. One thing I would say here, we're talking about potentially 3 different, sources of funding for these measures. I think in addition to that, we also need to look a little bit more broadly, because the utilities have built infrastructure over the years that presumably, these rebates are going to be able to leverage. So I think, narrowly looking at just, where the money is coming from probably doesn't really do all the background work and the infrastructure that is going to enable, the flow out of these funds do justice.
Yeah, it's kind of starts to get at market effects maybe, which is another fun topic in Missouri.
Yeah, even more narrowly. I mean, I think in the end it depends. If the utilities programs are used to, to get the funding out there and the trade at our networks, et cetera. I think it's just a little bit broader than just the money question. But yeah, I think again that all depends on what the programs are going to look like, right, and what the rules are, and it depends on the details.
Yeah, exactly. And what I tried to do on the slide with those were just kind of general questions, but as Anche knows, when they do field the surveys, there's a lot more discussion of the role of the contractor and the contractor's perspective on all this. So we do historically have tried to delve into that side of things as well. Other questions?
Maybe one more. Robert, you got a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Hi, Steve. Robert Oliver with ADM.
Hi.
My question has to do with the note regarding NTG ratio for that the NTG ratio should be very low.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it possible that if the funds are stacked, the MEEIA funds from the customer's utility company could provide the final portion of the funding that enables a project to proceed, especially for low income?
It's possible. It strikes me as unlikely, and because it doesn't seem that there's going to be any. I mean, it seems that just the amount of funding and the amount of measures that are required from the DOE side of things, that there's already going to be a significant rebate provided through that bucket for something like a heat pump. I guess somewhere there might be, the occasional project where, going from $14,000 to $14,700 would, sway the customer. But if this is, like truly a direct install program where they're not paying anything out of pocket, I guess that brings up another issue then. As long as there's enough funds to cover all the measures. Yeah, anyway, the quick answer, in at least in this example, it seems unlikely, but it's something, TBD once we actually start talking to folks.
But I think that would also relate to whether the HER or HERE programs are designed to be implemented independent of utilities MEEIA programs.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it does seem to set up that sort of competitive scenario that has been mentioned by some of the earlier speakers.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not advocating necessarily for that. I mean, if it makes sense to have, in my mind, to have the programs coordinate, but then we just need to come up to some agreement about how we're going to attribute savings, especially if there's an earnings mechanism in place. So Should make for a fun couple years.
To say the least. Does anybody else have anything for Steve?
This is Ariel again. I just wanted to add one comment I think that's important. I know Guidehouse has worked with others on research, and I think for low income, a lot of the challenges can be trust based and not just market impacts. And so I think that's something we may want to consider, is that the utility is a local organization with a phone number they can call, and there may be associated benefits of trust from the customer that's coming from these joint efforts with the utility that would not, they wouldn't even have considered these opportunities without that trust dynamic setup. So I think just kind of building on what Antje was saying earlier, but there may be some other characteristics we need to consider here in terms of attribution.
Yeah, and that's actually a survey question that they might be able to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Just whether or not would you have gone through this project if, your utility hadn't been involved. So
I think to your point, though, that's still a hard question, asking somebody to acknowledge that, right, Steve?
Yeah, well, especially we don't know, because the programs haven't been rolled out, we don't know what's the interface with the customer going to be like. Is it, I also have in my head a contractor that is able to package all these things, and it's really the contractor is really kind of their face of the program. So that's one of those, I think, that we'll find out once the details of the program are a little clearer.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Cool.
I think we'll finish it up with Jeff Mark. I think he's got another question.
Are you on mute, Jeff?
Sorry, I was talking there. more of a comment than a question. I'll just note that we had a slide earlier that said, there's 8.8 billion for home energy rebates and 3.5 billion for weatherization assistance. And I struggle with that much money coming down the pipeline, like in addition to like normal weatherization, all the additional weatherization funding coming down, whether we're doing a disservice to low income customers by encouraging rebates through the home energy program when there's weatherization funds that's out there that can get the whole thing done for free.
Unless there's different unless I think the DOE programs are the goal, or one of the goals is to do a deeper retrofit than what maybe the weatherization programs would do, but don't hold me to that.
And Jeff, I think the benefit of having a state energy office, in our case, that also administers weatherization, is that we do have that opportunity to make sure that we're not doing a disservice to customers. And that, if they're eligible for weatherization, they get weatherization. But that's definitely something that's on my radar.
What's weatherization in Missouri right now, Marty? It's like 250.
For eligibility, you mean?
Yeah.
To 100% of federally poverty level or below is the general reference, and I think there was something earlier that I pasted in from Robert Garber about coordination with HUD, but generally it's been 200% federal poverty level or lower, something like that.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the dialogue on all this.
This is Dana. Would the weatherization program be able to be used in conjunction with the rebates? Then they can get what is going to be no cost options done, and then a rebate on what weatherization doesn't cover.
I don't know. That's a really interesting question. Yeah, I have no idea. I think that's going to be one of those things we're going to have to look to DOE to say whether or not that'd be allowed. I think the question would be if there would be anything that would be left over after weatherization that would go through those programs. And then I think the next question on top of all that would be, given that those rebates are probably not going to cover everything, what would be the extra source of funding that you would get for those low-income customers to cover the gap, which is still something we're trying to think through in general, or that we will try to think through once we get more info from DOE.
And I suspect that to hit those, as Danielle was saying, those aggressive savings targets of 15, 20, 30%, that the DOE programs are going to have to do all the measures, or quite a few of them. So I don't know if there's really going to be any kind of that's kind of the challenge I was trying to illustrate there, is that I don't think it's two separate groups of measures within one house. I think it's a package of measures that both programs have some overlap on. But we'll see.
Just to be cognizant of time, I think, Ariel, did you have one last thing?
No, sorry, I forgot to drop my hand. Sorry about that.
But yeah, for the sake of time, we can move on. Fortunately, it's more evaluators coming up, so we can probably share some of the same thoughts and questions, concerns. Ajay, we heard from you a little bit ago. Or are you? Did you have slides, or are you just going to talk to us?
I do have some slides. Can you see those?
Can.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Antje Flanders. I'm a vice president with Opinion Dynamics. We are the evaluator for Ameren Missouri. We have been evaluating their energy efficiency and demand response programs since 2019, both residential and C&I. I want to echo something that Steve had said earlier. I mean, we really appreciate that this early discussion is taking place and that we are included in that. As evaluators, we are always at the very end of the line, looking at savings, looking at issues of attribution. And as we've been talking about, that can become messy. So we are always grateful to have early discussions and getting everybody on the same page and having some clarity about what the rules are. So with that, so we have been thinking quite a bit about what this IRA funding means, and we've been thinking about that in terms of two broad buckets. We've been talking a lot about the rebates. I think we've heard that a lot of the details need to be fleshed out. As I mentioned earlier, in some other jurisdictions, conversations have begun, but have kind of stalled a little bit until a little bit more clarity is there. I think it's going to be important to have these discussions going forward as more information is available. I want to spend a little bit more time talking about the tax credits. We haven't heard too much about that until just now, when we were talking about them being, a third source of financial support for energy efficiency. Those are in place now, so they are potentially relevant for 23. I think one thing I would note is that they only affect a small subset of measures and of programs. So it's for Ameren Missouri, it's not a big share of the portfolio and the savings. We have been thinking about two kinds of considerations here. One, and as we talked about that a little bit, we have attribution methodologies, and how can they accommodate the presence of tax credits and eventually, the rebates once those are available. And then the other question is, how much do they actually matter? We had some questions about, what might a net to gross ratio be. So that's, I think, what's always of interest. So just want to spend a little bit of time talking about those two questions in particular. So for the tax credits, I mean, one thing is they're not new. There have been tax credits, you know, in effect prior to 23. The current one under IRA a little bit higher, but they were there before, so they have been included in our methodologies, even if not explicitly. I'm not going to go into the details of the methodology. Steve shared a diagram, you know, that kind of explains, you know, we use a somewhat different, but conceptually very similar type of methodology. And it's really focused on a variety of program factors, including the rebate, the trade ally network, educational materials from the program, et cetera. It does not try to divide attribution between the program and any specific other factors, such as tax credits or manufacturer rebates or other things that are out there that might influence customer decision making. I think, you know, the methodologies, you know, with some modifications could, if that, you know, was of interest and if that became important. But as Steve was saying, you know, it can become a little bit messy and it can become difficult for customers to answer. Although I would agree that, you know, for the tax credits, that is separate enough. And, you know, there's also a difference, you know, apart from just the dollar value, you know, having the upfront cost reduced as opposed to getting something, you know, months and months later. You know, the upfront cost, you know, market research always shows that that is one of the key barriers to energy efficiency. So I think in the end, in terms of methodology, the tax credits, I think could definitely be accommodated. The question is, you know, is that really valuable to do? And is that something that's needed? In terms of the other question, you know, would free ridership levels that we have been seeing be different this year because of the tax credit? And I think, again, that's something that's difficult to answer. Again, the tax credits are not new. So, you know, in the past, there was most likely some overlap between utility program participants and, you know, some of those people getting tax credits. So, you know, given that, there might not be much difference what you would see in 23 compared to what you've seen in earlier years in terms of free ridership levels. And I think, you know, there are a few other considerations about the tax credits. You know, if they're actually successful to motivate more people to go to energy efficiency and participate in the programs and take advantage of the tax credits, then it's possible that, you know, a different population might participate in the programs and that have different decision-making criteria. You know, maybe it's the people that before, you know, the financial support wasn't enough to motivate them to go energy efficient, but now you might capture people that otherwise wouldn't have. So maybe that would mean that free ridership is a little bit lower. On the other hand, you know, we talked about already the magnitude of, you know, the IRA rebates versus the utility rebates. With higher tax credit limits, you know, maybe that changes how people would respond to survey questions in terms of how important was the rebate versus other things that influence the decision. And then another, I think, thing that we haven't necessarily talked about is, you know, what are utility programs doing in terms of design and implementation in response to the availability of tax credits and later on rebates. We've heard in other jurisdictions of programs where the contractors, the trade allies are actually very actively promoting those and they're encouraged by the program to do so. And then, you know, one question that raises is, you know, if people find out through the program about the tax credits, you know, how does that figure into attribution? You know, we have a similar concept now where if people find out about the energy savings they can get from going more efficient, that is something in our free ridership methodologies that can be considered an influence of the program if the program informed them about it. So I think, you know, the direction and the magnitude of the tax credit is not known, but I think it's not necessarily, you know, that one can conclude that free ridership would be higher because the tax credits are there. And then I already mentioned earlier, you know, the tax credits would only affect a very small subset of measures, so very small share of the portfolio. And that's really all I have. This is just a recap. So I think we can open it up to questions. I'm trying to see people here. I lost everybody.
Has anybody got anything for Anjay?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what are you planning to do to account for the differences in spillover between results from the IRA and the utility programs?
In terms of spillover, particularly?
Yep.
I think for spillover, it might be a little cleaner than free ridership because, you know, there we ask about specifically the influence of their participation in the program, you know, the program rebate. So I would think that might be a little bit cleaner, but again, you know, we haven't really, you know, thought about all of the, you know, the details in terms of the rebates. And I think it depends on the design of the programs and, you know, what the details look like.
Would that be part of the survey to try to determine what type of percentages are appropriate for each segment?
Percentages in terms of what people report in terms of spillover?
Yeah, just trying to understand what the thought process is on determining whether or not the spillover might be linked to the fact that there are large tax incentives or if it is actually attributable to the program.
Yeah, I think it would depend on the question wording. As I said, I mean, usually our, you know, we like people to think about the program more holistically because it's often, you know, the rebate is usually important, but, you know, the trade allies are usually equally important. You know, so we usually phrase our questions really with a focus on the program and, you know, what they did in addition because of the program. So I think in that sense, you know, the methodology tries to limit that to really, you know, what they did because of the program. But I think similar to what we've been talking about in terms of free ridership, I think that is, you know, something that needs to be looked at and, you know, once information about the rebates and then the tax credits is available, you know, to make sure that we phrase it in a way that we feel comfortable that we're measuring the right thing.
Hey, Anjay, can you see the question in the chat from Natalie Gray? If not, I can read it.
I can actually not. I'm not sure where the chat is in WebEx.
That's fine. She was just throwing out a question. Can anyone get the tax credit or only those that are paying into taxes, i.e. would retired and or unemployed be eligible?
I believe it's only if you pay taxes. But I think maybe that's a question for, I don't know if Danielle is still on or the details, but I assume it's only if you actually pay taxes.
That's how it's historically been, Brad. I don't know if that's changed. But yeah, it should only be for those that are paying taxes.
I mean, you still pay taxes on Social Security, right?
I know I'm not a tax expert, so that question was out there on the chat. And
Neither am I, but I'm also guessing that nobody here is retired.
Fair enough. Oh, Bill, okay. Yeah. Bill, you got your hand up. Do you have a question? You're on mute or just take your hand down.
Oops, sorry about that. I was on mute. And full disclosure, I'm a colleague of Antia's here at Opinion Dynamics. I just wanted to kind of come back to a point that she had made earlier. We are talking an awful lot about, point of sale or point of decision to the ratepayer investing in these projects. And in some way, this attribution is going to be a little bit challenging. Antia did a nice job of outlining the role that tax incentives have played in the past. Here, you're talking about grading funding. I think when we look at the rules, this is federal funding going down to state energy offices thinking about how to deliver these programs. Many will turn to established utility programs. Those utility programs all have elements of establishing market infrastructure, marketing, communications, building trade ally networks, all of those kinds of things. So in some ways, the HER funding is free riding on a pre-established set of infrastructure and market capabilities. There are funds in the IRA rulemaking for developing trade ally networks. Most of the paths that those trade ally networks will follow are also previously established by the implementation contractors that the utilities use to roll these programs out. So I think to limit the examination of attribution to the individual ratepayer, the individual measure, is going to be undercutting a big part of the infrastructure that these programs are absolutely relying on to execute going forward. So I think any conversation would need to have that discussion of market capabilities and historic benefits of pre-established utility programs, understanding that dealing with market effects and market transition issues is no less easy to navigate than attribution and net to gross.
Jay, you guys?
Yeah, I guess with the last comment, I'm just trying to make sure I have a full understanding of what you're trying to say there. So I guess in my mind, there's the clear distinction between the two types of funding is that in the case of the MEEIA programs, you have a lost sales recovery and an earnings opportunity based upon how you determine what that net to gross is. And so if it is overestimated or you don't account for the fact that some of that or a large portion of that attribution of the actual investment is based on that tax incentive or the IRA incentive, you're providing an earnings and the throughput disincentive to the utility when it may not be fully appropriate. So I'm trying to figure out how you kind of reconcile those two thought processes.
Yeah, I think it's up for discussion, right? It's a valid point. I think it's a policy decision, and I think it's something in a collaborative process between evaluators, utilities, implementers, and regulatory representatives. We could talk about these different issues, how they knit together, and think about what's an appropriate attributional construct, if that's something that we need to be measuring here, which is also a policy decision.
Anything else before we move on? I appreciate some of the follow-up chats to the earlier question and some of the follow-up tax discussion, and duly noted that Marty is still not a tax pro. So, thanks, Ajay. So moving on then to Guidehouse. Ariel, were you gonna present or chat with us?
Hello.
Excellent.
Thank you. Let me share my screen here. Give me a minute. Sorry, I have a lot going on my screen. Yeah. Okay, great. So thank you, Anya, for that introduction. We're going to talk a little bit today about like the impacts on CNI. I think I don't, as I said earlier, I didn't join the earlier part of this discussion. I don't know if that's come up yet, but we evaluate the CNI programs for Evergy. Been doing just that portion for the past few years, and we're previously doing their full evaluation. So that's what I'm going to discuss today, and I think it's a slightly different conversation than some of the other ones we've been having so far. So I've kind of addressed these as some of like the key questions that we've been thinking about and here at Guidehouse, and has the IRA relates to CNI. So I think the first, sorry, go ahead.
I share slides, we're not seeing them yet.
Oh, you're not seeing any slides. What are you seeing? Oh, shoot, sorry. Are you seeing it now? I'm sorry. Okay.
No,
Sorry about that.
No, all good.
What do you see? Just this, is this what you're seeing?
How will IRA rebates and tax breaks impact the CNI? Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't click the share twice. Yes, thank you. So I think there's a few programs, federal organizations that really may drive some additional energy efficiency improvements in Missouri through programs targeted at the non-residential sector. As we've been talking about, I think Danielle mentioned there's this state and community energy programs. There may be some additional non-residential influence there, still to be determined, as well as what was included in the IRA. There's some funding for advanced industrial facilities deployment program. This is to improve energy efficiency in industrial processes. There's the US EPA, which will look at funding to address air pollution at schools. And this could also overlap with some of the existing utility programs, depending on how that's implemented. And then there's the GSA, which is specifically focused on assistance for federal buildings, some of which, are within the utility territory. And so our recommendation, given these diverse organizations that may be driving additional energy efficiency activities in the non-residential or CNI sector, is to really monitor the activity through these programs that is happening in the state and understand the impact on utility attribution. If we start to see significant activity across these programs, then it may be worth setting up a working group to really understand overlap and updates to the net to gross analysis methodology to account for these types of additional programs. That's one of the first things we wanted to raise here. I'm going to attempt to advance the slides. Do you see the next slide now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. So the next question is kind of, given that these programs are very targeted, the ones that we mentioned before, at least of what we know of them so far, what do we think is likely to be the biggest impact in the C&I utility programs as a result of the IRA funding? And we've been thinking about this over the past few weeks and are really interested in others' thoughts as well through this forum. But we believe that funding as part of the IRA to encourage adoption of the latest building energy codes could have the greatest impact in overall utility C&I program savings and cost effectiveness. Right now, as many of you are aware, I show a map here of statewide adoption of building energy codes for the commercial sector. Missouri has, I think it's called Home Rule, does not have a statewide energy code. That being said, some cities have moved to adopt the more recent building energy codes. So, for example, Kansas City, in last year fall, approved the update to the energy code to 2021. Which will be effective in a few months here. And that's a major increase over 2012 efficiency requirements. So right now, when we develop our deemed savings or even looking at some of the custom measures, we consider the existing code for the baseline. And so as that code increases and the baseline the code requirement is more stringent, the opportunity for utility programs to have, cost-effective savings may decrease. So that could be, at least on the C&I side, one of the greater impacts of this IRA funding, depending on what happens in Missouri based on that result. Okay, and then I'll take questions at the end if there's any questions on any of these things, and then I think I had one more slide, and I think this has been raised as Anja mentioned, this isn't the first time there's been federal funding or additional money available. I think at least on the home or the residential side, there's a lot of money, so I think that needs to be considered. But in the past, we're not really aware of any efforts specifically to account for federal grant dollars, at least on the C&I side in the recent years. But we do know that ARA funding was accounted for in some states in the past. And so we're, recommending, since we're kind of getting ahead of this a little bit, is it could be beneficial to consider a review of how previous attribution was handled during that period of time in other states, and if it was in Missouri before we were actively there. I know it was a very different type of program, but it might give us some insight into how that was considered. I think kind of the main takeaway we have here is that outside of this building energy code impacts, like the incentives and the programs are fairly limited in scope, and we estimate will impact a very small share of the utility program activity, and a lot of them are already kind of still available. So there was this additional change which cemented the 179D commercial buildings energy efficiency tax deduction. That's been available for almost 20 years, and we've continued to see really high net to gross values across the program. So we're not, at least on the C&I side, thinking this will have a big impact. And as others have said, we have had to change our approach, over the years, dependent on changes in building codes or changes in how the incentives are structured. So we're fairly dynamic in that way. I think in this industry, we have these conversations where we're kind of well suited for adoption of new approaches. And we don't think on the C&I side it will be significantly different given this funding. We do think that, and this has been raised earlier, that this data tracking across different organizations may be very important. And then, we're still waiting some on additional guidance from the DOE Office of State and Community Energy Programs, and that will need to be clarified both on the residential side and also on the non-residential side. So I think can be a large portion of the savings for a utility. So we do need to kind of consider these impacts as well for that group as well. So that's what I have today, and I'm open to any questions from the group. I'm not able to see the chat, so if anybody's been posting in the chat, please, if you'd let me know.
I don't see anything in the chat right now. Does anybody
Okay.
have anything for Ariel?
I do. I just have a quick question, and maybe you don't know the answer to it, but
Sorry,
been
could you
reading some-
introduce yourself? I don't, I'm not seeing. Oh, maybe if I drop this down.
Sure.
Oh, Cade, thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. I currently work for Liberty Utilities, previously for Berkshire Hathaway Energy and
Okay.
a few others. Just a high level question on my own, and it's about, have you given any thought to the business tax credits? Obviously work a little bit differently than the residential ones, and they're also subject to 5 years audits, and sometimes I understand the IRS will go back and audit that, and the data requirements they can require of the utilities on various things can be quite heavy, especially if they paid a rebate, but also they may be required to net the rebate, the utility rebate, against the total cost for purposes of the tax credit. So there's a little bit more interplay, especially after the DC solar audits and stuff that the IRS did. Have you given any thought to that interaction and how your evaluation of those may actually directly affect their tax credits, and our rebates may directly affect their tax credits, and kind of the interplay between those things?
I think we've thought some about it, but we need to have more discussions. I think I've seen the doc. I think somebody said this earlier. I'm not a tax professional, so but I think there's definitely, since they've been around longer, been already, as you're mentioning, some consideration of you need to deduct. I know that's actually something on the residential side too, is if you get utility program rebates, you can include that in your total cost. So I definitely think that's important. The 179D, I think it's just per square foot. I'd have to double check. So I don't know exactly how the costs, it's based on a certain efficiency standard, a reduction in energy usage, and there's calculators. So it is definitely more complicated and requires more insight. So I think we generally have really good users, right? Like they may get audited, so they have a good understanding of how those two things are interplaying. So I feel like from a net to gross perspective, we do feel like we could figure out attribution in some way. How much did you get from tax credits versus other options? I don't know if that answered your questions, but I do think those are really important things to consider moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions on C&I impacts?
I'm not hearing anything or seeing anything.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on from here, we have ADM scheduled. Any ADM folks on there? I just saw.
Yeah, Robert Oliver here with ADM.
Thanks,
Let me see
Robert.
if I can share my screen. Okay, can you see the first slide?
We can. You're good to go.
Okay, great. So I wanted to kind of start off by saying that I'm not going to need more than 15 minutes. I had kind of anticipated that we might be running short of time at this point. So I put together a few slides to kind of talk through some of the key points from our perspective as the EM&V contractor for Evergy's residential programs. So in the first slide, I put a table that borrows some information from the DOE's webpage in which they show all of the allocations per state for home rebates and for the efficient electric home rebate program. This is information that some of the other speakers have already talked about, so I'll just provide a very brief summary that I think Stephen had made the point that there may not be quite as much money as you would think at first glance, because there is a significant percentage of the funding that is allowed for administrative costs. And net of that, there is about $120 million for the state of Missouri over a timeline of 8 years. So I think one of the key considerations is whether it turns out that this money is spent fast or spent more slowly. Because the $120 million for the entire state is the kind of small number that I think Stephen had mentioned earlier. But it's also a much smaller number if the spending occurs over 8 years rather than during the next couple of years. So perhaps that's something that merits a little more discussion. I also added to this table the comments that both programs are indicated by the DOE to be stackable. And I'm really not sure whether that implies that the DOE would prefer that they are kind of partnered with utility programs, or whether the provision for the funding being stackable with utility funds such as MEEIA funds, is that just a window that is left open in case that turns out to be a path that some states want to choose. And then the last point on this table is means testing, which is explicit for the electric rebates, and it seems like it's implicit for the home rebates, given that there are different rebate levels depending on income levels. Okay. Okay, so on the next slide, I think that Danielle covered everything on this slide. Although it might be worth pointing out again that, as kind of shown in this criteria matrix table, there are different levels of rebates allowed depending on the level of efficiency and also depending on income. Okay. I thought it might be helpful to kind of explicitly mention some of the aspects of this developing scenario that are already clear or could be considered to be certainties, and some others that are uncertainties. So in these two items, I think one of the certainties is that the authority for the IRA programs rests with the Division of Energy. But the uncertainties, of course, are the questions regarding whether the programs will be administered directly or whether they'll be administered in conjunction with utility programs. Regarding attribution, I think the authority is also clear that it is the commission's authority. And then the question remains, how will these home rebate programs be designed? Because the way the commission decides to handle attribution will probably be related to whether there is partnering between utility programs and the home rebate programs and electric rebate programs, or whether they are kept separate and distinct from each other. On one hand, as Steve Grover had pointed out a little bit earlier, it could be considered to be a little simpler regarding attribution if the programs are kept separate, because then there wouldn't be anything to attribute from the utility perspective. But of course, that could mean a missed opportunity for utility programs not gaining any benefit from potentially leveraging the federal funding and providing more products and services to their customers, or partnering with the IRA programs to accomplish that. On the other hand, if the rebates from IRA programs are coordinated or linked with utility programs, it would seem very logical that there has to be some attribution allowed so that the utilities are not being punished in some way for partnering. But how much attribution should that be? Should it be full attribution, or should it be partial attribution? And I think there is a very good paper from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So I put the brief title, or the identifier by which you can find that paper in this bullet point. So it's the paper that in their system is 4322E. That paper talks in great detail about how this was addressed in some different jurisdictions for that ARRA funding several years ago. So I would encourage the group, if anyone wants to see a detailed discussion on the attribution topics, there's a very good summary in that paper, and I have borrowed some of the concepts from that paper as I'm trying to put together these discussion points. My kind of closing thought about this issue of the certainties and the uncertainties is that it seems that it would be a logical outcome if the outcome is consistent with state policy goals and provides the most benefits to Missouri residents. So I think this comes back to the commission clearly needing to have a very important role in providing guidance. And frankly, I'm very encouraged by this whole discussion, because having Marty lead off the discussion and share the valuable information that Marty had shared in his discussion, and then taking into consideration all the other perspectives that have been discussed, I certainly feel a lot better that everyone is trying to look out for the best interest of the citizens of Missouri. Okay. So the next slide regarding the EM&V perspective is that, as everyone understands, the EM&V parties need to be objective and independent, need to follow the rules, and those are rules that are ultimately approved by and ordered by the commission. And of course, it's also important for the EM&V professionals to provide advice related to program improvements. And I really hope and believe that that's what we are trying to do with our participation in today's workshop. So thank you for that opportunity. I wanted to point out in the second point on this slide that if the IRA rebates were to be linked with utility programs in any way, not necessarily that everything has to be linked, but if there were certain linkages that were determined by the Division of Energy and you know, sort of developed in consultation with the other stakeholders, it would certainly be beneficial to Missouri households if anything can be done in a positive way to reduce the amount of money that's going to admin. And that's where I think some of the other speakers and commenters have pointed out that it's important to remember that the utility already does have, all of the utilities in the state do already have the customer relationships and the infrastructure for similar kinds of programs. Again, understanding that the authority rests with the Division of Energy, but wouldn't it be nice if some of the money that is allowed to be spent on admin could be spent on program implementation? Or, sorry, to be more specific, could be spent on energy efficiency measures that are saving energy for Missouri households. And final point, and then I'll close and invite questions and discussion. The final point is just trying to emphasize that anything that can be done to make the spending of the IRA funds more efficient so that more households would benefit would be a good thing, and I think in the best interest of the state. With that, this slide means that I'm done with my presentation, but I'm hoping that there might be some discussion or questions that I could potentially help with.
Thanks, Robert. I'm not seeing anything in the chat, but does anybody have anything for Robert?
Yeah, I think this is, sorry, go ahead.
No, Jay, go ahead.
This is probably a follow-up from a previous question, but based on your last bullet point, your statement that, you know, why not allow the EE programs to count the savings? I guess with if the two, I'm going to call it two buckets of administrations were held separate, and one you have a throughput disincentive component and a utilities earnings opportunity component that is being recovered not only from the participants but all based on all the KWH that the utility is selling. And then the other, you don't have either of those components, and so you're not spreading those costs out to the non-participants. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that and how you'd kind of reconcile counting all of those savings towards energy efficiency programs of, I guess they're a MEEIA, especially if they're actually attributable more so to the IRA funding.
Thank you for that question. I think that's a great question, and I think that is one of the key next steps that needs to be worked through. I wanted to go back briefly to the previous slide that under the heading of the attribution authority. I think this is where the guidance from the commission is critically important, because there is an entire spectrum of possible approaches for attribution. So what is in the best interest of the state? And how can that be, or how can the utilities existing programs be taken into consideration, and the MEEIA funding and the new MEEIA program designs that will be in discussion in the near future, how can all of that be taken into consideration in such a way that the IRA rebates don't have the unintended consequence of harming utility programs? So I think there's going to be an answer to that question that relates to guidance that technically and legally has to come from the commission, but that may take into consideration how to try to balance these different interests in the best interest of the citizens of the state.
Okay, I have a follow-up, but I realized that I jumped in front of Marty, so I'll let him go first.
Thanks, Jay. Couple of points, really. The first is on the question of working with utilities. I would certainly hope that we will. It's early to say exactly how we will roll things out. A consideration that I will throw out there is that a good percentage of Missourians are served by investor-owned utilities, but not all Missourians are.
Right.
And so I think one of the design questions we'll have to wrestle with is how to make sure that Missourians who are not served by investor-owned utilities also have access to the funding. That's not to say that we're going to ignore utilities at all, the investor-owned. I certainly hope that we will partner with them in various ways. It's just, I think it's not necessarily going to be as simple as talk to the investor-owned utilities and get this integrated into their programs. I think there are a few more nuances. The
Absolutely.
other,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. The other consideration I would throw out there is, and this is all more in the PSC's court in terms of how things are, in terms of attribution and which programs are relevant. But it is worth noting that the home electrification and appliance rebates are not really, at least in my reading, for replacing current electric appliances. It's more geared towards electrification and new purchases. And so I think there's an interesting question. I think there is a question there as well, to what extent that will overlap with MEEIA or even gas programs in terms of efficiency.
Those are great questions and great comments, Marty. I really appreciate that, because I think the discussion that's happening here today is a very important step and will hopefully create some momentum to help all of the parties go through the remaining decision processes and kind of tackle these thorny issues that are not typical points of discussion in our year-to-year discussions of what's going on with the MEEIA programs. And how are the MEEIA programs doing, achieving their targets and achieving program improvements and such. So this is kind of an extraordinary discussion. I think it's true that what several people have said today regarding Missouri and this stakeholder group being ahead of the curve is true, because I'm participating in these discussions in some other states, and the discussions have not reached this level of specificity yet. So I'm really hopeful that this workshop today will create some momentum and be a very important step forward. And I'm sorry, I think there's one more question.
Yeah, I had a follow-up, unless you're referring to someone else.
No, I'm sorry. I think you're the last question.
Yeah, so you mentioned the attribution authority being the commission. I guess this question is for you, but certainly open to hearing others' responses too. But when is the appropriate, or what is the appropriate venue for that determination? And I guess kind of thinking through the timeline from earlier, when is the earliest you'd see that come about?
That's a wonderful question. And I know I don't have the answer to that question. I'm hopeful that the timelines for all of the different parts of the decision tree, for all of these interacting programs and stakeholders and financial interests and so forth, I'm hoping that there will be a timeline that comes out of today's discussion. Certainly, the decisions would, I would expect that the decisions by the commission would have to be connected to the new filings for the going forward MEEIA program designs. So at some point there is going to be a firm deadline, because the going forward programs really need to know what the rules are going to be as it relates to IRA funds. So specific timeline, I'm not sure, but there definitely will be a deadline at some point in the foreseeable future. Again, this is from the EM&V perspective. I'm not speaking on behalf of Evergy or any other company. This is the perspective from ADM's evaluation experience and my experience evaluating programs and seeing some of these different kinds of confounding issues come up across the last almost 20 years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just curious if others have input on that, if they think that would be part of a next cycle, or if that is likely to show up through EM&V change process, that type of thing.
If Steve is still on the line, Steve, I'd invite you to chime in. I think your perspective on some of these specific questions could be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to talk more. It's just, we've kind of circled around this before about, it's just really hard to say without more details on exactly what the programs are going to be implemented. You know, how's this coordination going to take place? And just the complication of just having the overlapping, it's at least the way I was thinking of it, it wasn't so much a case of extending a program's reach, it's just having overlapping funds directed at the same measures is where it's really just becoming this Gordian knot of a problem. So
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's discussion because I think we have talked through many different perspectives, and one of them that is interesting to me is the possibility of partnering and how that might provide more benefits to the residents of Missouri, to utility customers, and so forth. But there would need to be a lot of guidance provided to make that possible in terms of the rules being updated so that there are the best financial outcomes for all of the stakeholders. If the financial impacts are viewed as objectively as possible by the parties, like by this group collectively.
Thanks, Robert, and thanks everybody else on the line, the presenters, and then those in the audience that hung with us this long. Don't have any concrete next steps because, as we've heard, there's a lot of unknowns to be determined and how things are going to play out yet. So we're all just kind of along for the ride, and we'll schedule things as needed. I was really appreciative of having this big group to have these sort of conversations. Glad to know we're all thinking about it, the questions, the concerns, the thoughts. We will be filing in the EW docket all the presentations and the recording. For those still on the line that presented and didn't send the presentations over, if you could send those over to me, I'd appreciate it, and we'll get those filed for a resource to have in that docket. Unless there's any closing comments by anybody on the phone, I think we can call today until the next time. Not here. You guys.
This is Ariel Crowley. I just wanted to confirm one thing. Are you gonna set up a distribution list based on who attended today, if there was to be a follow-up meeting, or is that already set up?
I should have everybody on the list and should be able to go back through and create a distribution list when that is needed. I don't envision anything unless somebody else reaches out to me or initiates something. I'm not sure there'll be anything in the immediate future, but yeah, when something gets set up, we've got the list of all the participants from today and can get that sent out to everybody to make sure everybody who needs to be there is there.
Thank you for that insight.
Brad, I'll also send you the legal memo that I received pertaining to tax exempt entities applying for tax credits so that you have it in the file.
Okay, I saw that in the chat. I appreciate that. Okay, and with that, we will call it a workshop.
all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Take care now.